What is up, everybody? Welcome back. Another episode, live Q&A episode with Joe Everest, defense expert. Been away for a little while, so I'm glad to be back with you guys. I've missed being here and chatting with you guys. It's been like a month. For those of you that weren't, that didn't see the post, I guess, on, for those of you that didn't see the post on YouTube and on my Facebook page, caught COVID and the Delta variant of COVID, which is absolutely no joke. It was a pretty crazy experience. I would not wish that on anyone. It was pretty rough there for a little bit. I ended up going to the hospital, getting sent home, and then getting set up on home oxygen, which helped a lot. But been off oxygen for about a week and a half. Last Tuesday, I think, was the last day. So yeah, here we are. So actually a month ago, the last live Q&A episode was live with Caleb. And guess what? Guess who we have back today? We've got Caleb. Caleb, how are you?
Doing great, Joe. Good to see you. Glad you're better.
It's good to see it. Thank you. I appreciate that. I tell you what, it was pretty rough stuff there for a little bit.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But now we're here. So Caleb, today, which is actually what we talked about a month ago. So that was actually the last live Q&A I did was with you. And we were talking about this free training that's going on next week in Richmond, Virginia.
Yeah. You coming?
I am. I'll be honest. There for a little bit, I was like, I've got to message these folks and let them know this isn't going to happen because it was rough stuff. It was rough stuff. But no, I mean, everybody I talked to said once you turn the corner, it's a pretty sharp corner. You know, once you get there, you improve pretty quickly. So, yeah, I agree. I turned the corner and then now it's just like business as usual, day to day. But we were talking a little. Yeah, that's right. That's right. We were talking a little bit and we're talking a little bit beforehand. And really the only lingering issues are I get out of breath easier. So like walking upstairs to tuck the kids in, that sort of thing. I'm not running any marathons anytime soon. But to be fair, I wasn't running marathons before either. So, take that for what it's worth. But yeah, I mean, I'd say we're probably 90%. I would say.
Good.
So
good. Pretty
quick turnaround I'm telling you, from where I was sitting probably 3 weeks ago, laying in bed, couldn't get out of bed, didn't even want to get out of bed to today. It's a pretty massive improvement.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah.
Say hello to everybody. Of course, Roger was here first and foremost, ready to go. Says, glad you're back live streaming, Joe. Hello to you, Caleb, and everyone else. Roger, hello. Roger's one of these guys. He's here every single week. Charles Viner says, hello, Joe and everyone. Hello, Charles. Hope I got that last name right. Will Rosebrock is here with us. What is up, Will? Will's like my YouTube guru. So welcome, Will. I'm glad you're with us for sure. Kasurk says, hey, guys, good morning. Welcome back. Watching from Philly once again. Hello, Kasurk. Guys, like Charles says, keep in mind or remember to give this a like. It lets YouTube know that we're up to good stuff. It's totally free. And it's a great way to support the channel. Hit that like button. And if you haven't yet, if you look down in that corner and the subscribe button's red, hit that subscribe button. That way YouTube shows you my content more often. And if you hit the bell and set notifications to all, YouTube will let you know each and every time we have new content available. Thank you, Charles, for that great reminder. All right. So, Caleb, let's talk about the training event. It's coming up next week.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So it's only a week away. Is there still time to sign up?
Yeah, certainly. I think there's going to be people showing up at the last minute that didn't sign up. So everybody's welcome. And I know we got people coming as far as California, so you don't get much further away than that in the continental U.S. So
no kidding.
We'll see how it goes. Looks like we're going to have a big turnout. We got a big event. It's going to be hot, but it looks like I'm going to work my tail off too. So have you seen the pictures of what we're doing?
I have not. I'm still playing catch up a bit in the office.
Yeah, so a little bigger projects than what we normally do for classes. Normally do 10 or 20 feet or 70 feet of fence. I think we're going to do a little bigger. Everybody will get a little more hands on, so it'll be fun.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I think that's a great idea, because it lets, if someone wants to really get into it and do 20 feet, 30 feet,
Mm-hmm.
you got more room, the better. For sure. For sure. So we're going to be doing some staining training. Sean's coming in to do some fence installation training.
Yep.
And then what else are we up to?
Well, we're going to learn about video marketing with this guy named Joe Everest.
I should have said that. Yeah, that was yep, that's true.
And I think we've actually got a special guest, like a web development guy, to come in and talk about websites. I'm not sure what all he's going to cover, but I think it's going to be good information about how to get what you need as a business owner to have your website up at the tip of the spear.
Yeah, Sam Netto. So I saw Sam speak at Sean's event. Well, actually, Sean's event was directly before yours in Nashville. So I saw him speak there. Great guy. I think you're going to like him a lot. Yep. So Sam talked, well, at least then, I don't know what he's going to talk about this time, but yeah, he talked about website security, website ranking, how to, try to rank higher. There's a lot of nuances in there. So it's not exactly like a 4-step how-to guide really, but I tell you what, Sam, and he'll tell you this, Sam is a website or just internet in general nerd. He says, I nerd out on this stuff. I love it. He just tries to absorb all that information. But the thing about Sam is he's a lot like you, a lot like Sean. Like there's a lot of us out there that are like this. He just wants to give that information back.
Yep.
Right. So he said, I think you're going to like him. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about it.
I think it's going to be a great time. I really do.
I will be off the clock when he's giving his talk.
That's it. That's the part I enjoyed the most is he talked before I did, so I got to just sit there, kind of stage right, and just listen and try to absorb everything he was putting out. And I'm telling you what, I was taking notes and I couldn't take notes fast enough. Yeah. He's one of those guys where he just has so much information up here that when it leaks out, everyone else is just furiously writing. So he's wealth of information.
Yeah, you got to love it. Isn't it nice to be able to get that opportunity for free?
Exactly. For free is going to be the big thing, right? For free is the huge thing. And we talk about this before. There's, when you look at the amount of value that's going on here, just with speakers that are showing up and general networking exposure, right? When you're talking about value, I mean, this is an event that is several $100s, if not $1,000 ticket, right? You and I both go to training events, not necessarily staining, but just continuing education in general. And those tickets start around $500 or $600 a person. And some of the events I go to are $1,100, $1,200, $1,500 a person.
Yeah, and they go up from there, man. It's all over the map. So
they really do.
It's cool to be a part of that. And
it is.
It's cool to be bringing an industry that really has a little support up.
That's right. Yeah. Here's one thing. The reason you and I have talked about this before, the reason it's free is because it would absolutely it would terrify me to think that the next staining professional out there, someone that hasn't quite got into it yet, is thinking about it, doesn't get into it because they couldn't afford the ticket.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's the stuff my nightmares are made of, is what potential future professional is out there, and how can we help them become the next professional, right? How do we get them involved with the industry, get them started, get a good foundational knowledge under their belt, and send them on their way. And so that's why it's free, right? Is because there's a lot of folks that are of that mind, is, we're trying to train professionals here.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's say hi to a few more folks. Well, Charles is actually running a marathon. So Charles is running the Quad City Marathon. Okay, and I pronounced the last name correctly. Whew. I tell you what, I always get nervous. Like, I'll go for it. I'll send it. And then I'm always like, was that right? I hope so.
Yeah. So how do you pronounce it?
Viner.
Oh, that's easy.
I'm telling you what, I'm a pretty simple person. When I look at that, it looks like Viner, but you never know.
What's the next one? Let's hear the next one.
Oh, you're going to do that. Okay. Gavin Gainey. I'm guessing, Gavin, I apologize if I completely butchered that. I probably did, but you just send it and you see. Roger says this event sounds jam-packed with training, guys. Way to push the bar. It absolutely will be jam-packed. I mean, you've got some pretty big names in the industry, and not just our industry. You know, Sam's big in the web development industry, that are all getting together for a 2-day event, right? So it's going to be jam-packed. A lot of these events are described as drinking from a fire hose, and I really think this is going to be one of those events too.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of fun.
Art says, I hope some of the event make its way to the WeTubes. Yeah, I mean, we talked about that. We talked about maybe doing some recording to put up on YouTube at a later date. We'll see if that comes to fruition, because sometimes it's the best laid plans, so to speak. But we'll see if the technology cooperates. Craig, hello to you too. I'm glad you guys are here. Glad you're here. Another Craig. Good morning from New Jersey. Good morning, Craig. Yeah, so this is true too. Let's be real. It's free because you guys have a teacher and serve and start. That's probably true. You know, it's a mixture, right? So there's a lot of things going on here, but I think that goes into what we're saying is that, you know, it would, like I said, it would terrify me if someone missed the opportunity because they couldn't afford it. You know, if they couldn't afford an $800 or $900 ticket, they say, well, I'll just figure it out on my own. And then maybe they don't end up, you know, maybe they, you know, for one reason or another, they don't end up in the industry.
Well, yeah, and it's a double-edged sword, Joe. There's some people won't come because it's free. So we just got to build that reputation and
that's true.
Speak for themselves, and I think it'll be good.
Yeah, I think. Well, I was getting ready to say, I think after enough of these events happen, but gosh, you guys have been doing these events for years.
Yeah, right? We got ours fill up fast, and we get testimonials just out the years, so it's a good thing. And couldn't do it without bringing in people like you, though, because that's the magic is instead of one person in the room, let's get 20 people that are real smart in the room and then share it.
Well, like me and 19 other people, the other 19 people are really smart. I just happen to get video stuff right.
Well, you wear orange, and that's what you're doing.
You know, it's funny. Yeah. So orange is obviously my way of marketing and branding, right? So I flew into Nashville for your event, and I hear somebody. I'm walking through the airport, and I hear somebody behind me is like, "Hey, orange," and I was like, did I hear that? I mean, an airport's a noisy space. So I was like, did I hear that right? I probably not. So I keep on walking in a louder voice. Hey, orange. I look around. Well, it's Walt. Walt's walking behind me in the airport. Dennis. Yeah. He's like, hey, I knew it was you because you're walking around in all orange. That's right. That's right. But marketing at work.
Like jeans, man. I mean, those are just a little far.
Oh, so marketing and branding is one of the things that I just enjoy doing, like just naturally. So I was talking about this the other day. Who was I talking? And one of my team, I think, one of our new team members. And I was like, he's like, you really love orange, huh? Oh, you have no idea. I am full into the orange. But I was like, yeah, you should see it when trade show season comes around, because at a trade show, I'll wear an orange blazer with an orange top hat, bright orange.
Yeah,
jeans and orange Hey Dudes. And people love it. People think it's hilarious. They're like, oh, look at you. That's a lot of orange. And where do you get the orange top hat? And
you need an orange cane to go with that one.
Well, so one year we did that. And I had a buddy show up in a baby blue. He picked it up at Halloween, baby blue tuxedo. And we reenacted in the it's not a hallway, it's a walkway, or in the aisle. They did not, the organizers of that event did not appreciate that at all. Really? There was nobody there. This was like the last hour, right? Where there's nobody coming in. Everybody's beelining out of there. Cause for whatever reason, when folks are walking through a trade show, when it starts thinning out, they're like, well, time to go, I guess. And they just follow everybody else out the door. Yeah. There was no one there, Caleb. I mean, it was all vendors. So I was like, this would be a funny time. So I told him, I was like, hey, go throw that on and we'll do this fencing scene in the aisle. He's like, yeah. So he goes and gets it and we do it. Organizers were not a fan of that at all. Yeah, they're like, you will stop and you will never do this again. And I like going to that show. So I said, yes, ma'am. That sounds like a good idea. It was fun while it lasted.
Yeah, do you feel like a school child again there for a fraction of a second?
I did, because it was the lady that ran this show or that ran this show for the organization. She was one of those stern, but like caring, like a mother type, like she loves you to death, but she will swat you. You know what I mean? So yeah, when she speaks, it's like, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Yep. You're right. I was not thinking. I wasn't thinking clearly. This was a horrible idea. Promise won't do it again. But it was hilarious. Everyone, I should have videoed. This was before YouTube, like before I had this YouTube channel. That would have been hilarious content to just throw up. But let's see. Craig Ellis, what is the preferred method for the experts? Driving Postmaster Post or cement. I'm in the Northwest with a lot of rain. Well, all right. So driving or with cement. So we're testing driving. I think that's where everything's going, right? Now, there are a lot of people, and this is okay, that say cement is the only way. And I understand where they're coming from. Cementing in one of these posts puts 80 to 100 pounds of anchor of weight on the bottom of this post. And I get it. So there's an article, and I need to find it because I keep referencing it. But there's an article that talks about when we're setting posts, whether we're hand digging with a rock bar or more commonly we're using an auger, when you're drilling out that hole, you're disturbing all the ground around it, right? Because the ground's, I mean, we've all seen it. The ground moves, the ground heaves as we're bringing up rocks and stuff like that. So that soil that remains, the outside of that hole is disturbed. It's no longer compacted. So when you set concrete into it, it allows that concrete to move because it's not compacted. It's not firm, right? So this is where we get into settling posts. And this might vary by region too. But in our area, it's rocky in areas, but also it's loose in areas too. So in the loose areas, it allows for that post to settle. Now, whether it settles straight down and there's not a problem or it leans, it's going to settle just because that ground's recompacting. Is that a word? It's basically, recompacting. So with driving the post, you're actually not disturbing any of the soil around that post while you're driving it. So all the soil around that post remains compacted and firm and holds that post in place. I'm paraphrasing, of course, but that's the gist of this article. So we're testing it. I've got a couple rental houses that now have a nice fence around them where we drove the post. So we're testing it. We're going to see. I think that's probably where things are headed. It's faster as long as the longevity is equal to or greater than concrete. We'll look at it. But because it's faster, it's also less expensive to our clients, right? Because we've got less time on site, which means less labor, which means less cost. So, Caleb, what do you think? What are your thoughts on driving versus setting to concrete?
I think it's all proven. I think the Postmaster is the wild card there because it's a brand new thing. But
yeah,
concrete, hand mixed or dry packed is proven. I mean, they've been doing it forever. It works, no doubt about it. Great choice. Driving post, been doing it for 100,000 years. It works, no doubt about it. They both work. My mind tends to believe that driving the post may be better. And the reason I say that is because when you get in the country and you get on the farm, you never find posts that are 100 years old with concrete around them, but you find them regularly that are 100 years old that were driven or that were just dry packed with dirt.
Right.
If I'm hanging a big gate off of a post or something, I'm going to put concrete on it for sure. But if I had the ability to drive all the posts in my property, I'd probably drive them. I'd probably drive everything, and then I'd probably either I would drive my gate post 4 feet deep, or I'd put concrete on.
So that's what we did was on. Now these are single gates. We built a 6-foot privacy fence. So these are 4-foot tall gates that we drove the post for, the latch and the hinge posts.
Yeah.
So we did 3 foot deep on the fence post. We did 4 foot deep on the gate post. So they're 4 foot in, 6 foot out.
And nothing's perfect because, prime example, I've got a set of 16-foot aluminum gates in front of my house.
Mm-hmm.
They're aluminum, so they're lightweight, and they have operators. They've got 4-inch steel posts, and these gates are 4 feet high, and the posts are 4 feet in the ground, and each post has 800 pounds of concrete on them.
Dang.
Every maybe 2 years, the gates, they touch, and we have to straighten them back up. I just take a bobcat and just push the post back. Just put a little pressure and straighten them up.
Mm-hmm.
They still move. What can you do about it? I mean,
Interesting.
Stuff moves. That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
And that's the way it is, So
Sure.
I think there's more than one way to skin a cat, and I think whatever works for you to do it. And that sounds like a politician's answer, but man, they all work. It all works.
Right.
And I see the guys that are really trying to save time and get their processes down are doing the dry packing. And I think that works great too. But at the same time, we all know that if you pull a dry packed post out of the ground and then a mixed one, you cannot break the concrete on the hand mixed concrete. It's very hard, where you can pretty easily knock it off the post but it's serving the same purpose in the ground.
So that's the thing. So Mark Olson did a video where he did that exact thing. He did some foam from a utility installer, and then he did wet set and dry set. Mm-hmm. When he pulled both the wet set and the dry set up, they looked identical. Right. I think one was a little darker than the other, but they looked identical as far as there was no crumbling. They were both intact slugs. Now, when you took the sledgehammer to either one of them, the dry pack, the sledgehammer took a few less hits. He still had to wail on this thing to get it to come apart. And that was basically his thought was that, does dry set, is it the same PSI? No. Wet set will have a higher PSI. However, for fencing, it will still do the same job that wet set will.
Yeah, because you've got the same base down there. There's nothing hitting it in the ground. So yeah.
Right. That we're not talking about a driveway where we're going to be compressing it constantly. We're not talking about a foundation where we're going to put a ton of stress on it all the time. We're talking about a fence. Right. So really, I believe the PSI comes into play when you get high winds.
Yeah.
When that post wants to move inside that slug of concrete. But yeah, I think.
Can he drive the post? Is he a contractor or is he a homeowner? And if you're a homeowner, you can dig the holes probably a lot easier than you can drive them.
Right.
But if you're a contractor,
you can get the
rhinos. If you got a rhino on your truck, use the dang thing.
Yep. You can rent the equipment to dig a hole and set to concrete easier than you can find equipment, because the head that fits on these rhinos is a specialty head that only fits Postmaster posts. So a rental yard's not going to have that head that'll fit. They'll probably have a driver, but they won't have the head that'll fit on that Postmaster post. The thing about the Postmaster post is that flange from tip to tip is like 4.5 inches, or a little shy of 4.5 inches. So most of the driving heads on that you can go rent top out at about 3 inches. So that way you could drive a 2.5 inch post. And sometimes they'll have sleeves that'll fit inside for smaller posts, that sort of thing. But the chances of finding a head to drive a Postmaster post, slim to none. You'd have to buy one. At that point, you might as well just rent equipment to set to concrete. But Craig, if we're talking about a fencing contractor, I think driving Postmaster post is probably where the industry is headed. What is up, Jason? Says, hey guys, tail end fencing here, Boulder, Colorado. Welcome, Jason. My dad's actually going to be coming through the great state of Colorado. What did he say? Saturday? He's coming through there today. He's going through Denver. So Craig says, thank you for taking the question. Craig, great question. I appreciate you asking the question. Guys, if you have questions, drop them in the comments below. I see a few more coming in. So Roger, this is interesting, says there's a hole making machine that utilizes a pointed shaft that basically pierces the hole and doesn't remove the dirt, so you get compaction and a hole. Now that I like. So basically it just the dirt that was in this hole basically gets compressed out. So if anything, that the dirt around that hole is probably even more compressed. That would be impressive. And then Mark Creations, what is up? Morning, guys. Question for Caleb. When staining a customer's fence, how often do you stain just one side due to the lack of access to the other side? Thanks.
Well, Joe, I guess it's just situational. Most, probably 98% of our customers, we stain both sides because they want to take care of their full investment.
The complete package.
And sometimes you cannot access the backside for whatever reason. And in that circumstance, our stain it will bleed all the way through the fence. So if you can't get over there, you can't get over there. And then I guess you've got the neighbor issue. And again, that's a 1% of the time thing for us is the neighbor doesn't want it on their side or whatever. And so usually we're always staining the full thing,
Yeah, I agree. And obviously, Caleb, you guys stain a heck of a lot more fences than we do, but we see the same thing. So for us, it's usually not access. It's usually a neighbor that doesn't want anyone on their property. No trespassing. That's fine. But let's understand, and you touched on this. Let's understand that this is a penetrating sealant. So this isn't just a surface. This isn't a film forming. This is penetrating, which means your side of the fence will look polka dotted, where it pulls through. Whether it's a knot hole, whether it's just less dense wood, it will pull through, and your fence will end up looking polka dotted. Now, if we can come stain that side of the fence, it won't. It'll look great. But if we don't stain it, it will look polka dotted. Right. And that call is totally up to you, Mr. Neighbor. So, but like you said, it rarely happens. I tell you what happens more than that, Caleb, is the thrifty customer that asks how much to only stain one side.
Yeah.
That happens more often.
Yeah.
But the answer there is, well, we've already driven here. We've already got our equipment set up. You don't save much by not staining that other side.
I've already got to be concerned about what's on the other side of the fence.
Yeah, right. We've already done
over there anyways to make sure we didn't mess something up. So
right, we've already done our site prep. We've already covered their bushes. We've already done all this stuff.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes.
Yeah. You on well, and I don't want to talk numbers, but you don't save much. Right. So it's not, I think when this thrifty customer looks at the estimate, they go, well, I wonder if I could cut this in half by only doing my side.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah. And what you take off is better for them than it is for you. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's right. Well, to your point, you're still doing all of the site prep.
Yeah.
On the customer side and the neighbor's side. So it takes, like you said, it takes 10 minutes more to stain their side. So, I mean, typically what we'll do, and everyone's different, absolutely understood, is typically we'll just adjust the stain quantity.
Mm-hmm.
If they're just dead set, we'll deduct however many gallons we figure it would be for the neighbor. And then the customer sees it, goes, oh, that's not really that much. It's not. No. So
the way it is.
But occasionally there's that thrifty customer that says, okay, just do my side.
Yep. It happens. It happens a lot.
All right. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, we're providing a service, right? So if the customer says they only want half of it done or their part of it done. And again, we had the conversation. My biggest thing is the other side of this fence is going to be polka dotted. I promise it will happen. It's not, it might happen.
Yeah. It's good to have a few photos of that and just show it to them. Hey, this is what it'll look like.
Well, and it's one of those things too, is like, I would rather hit it while I'm here, because when your neighbor sees this, I'm going to have to come back out. Right. And so now I'm working for your neighbor, and it's a whole thing. So, and maybe you talk to your neighbor about whatever that difference in cost is, covering that difference in cost.
And people are impressed when they see that, though. They're like, wow, that's impressive. Go ahead and do ours too. So
yeah,
perfect opportunity to educate your customer and gain a customer with the neighbor.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and so pre-COVID, our process was, so typically site prep isn't a 2-man job, right? Typically site prep is a 1-person job. So while the crew chief was doing all the site prep, making sure everything was ready, his helper, for lack of a better term, would go do door hangers all around the house, or all, the houses around this house. Just saying, hey, we're here in the neighborhood, we're standing a fence. But then, and that worked. It worked. We don't do it now, just because there's still, in our area, there's still a lot of concern. So we don't do that currently. But part of me thought that we should do that. We should go out and do door hangers when that project gets accepted.
We do the door hangers. We've got a guy here that he's a sales guy, and he will he will definitely drop door hangers and things like that. And it's in Nashville, and we get really good results. So
nice. Well, so we should probably consider starting it up again.
Yeah, I mean, you're in a rural area, and I don't want to say rural area. You're in a city, but you're not in Chicago or LA,
right?
And I think that, I mean, it's working in Nashville, and so
yeah, you should work in a smaller market.
People
absolutely.
Still need service, so I'm not gonna. It's my obligation to take care of them. So
agreed. So at what step in the process does he do the door hangers?
It depends. Sometimes, so the guy I'm talking about is basically he's the glue. He's a sales guy, but he's also the glue that holds my install teams together. So basically, we set goals for the teams. If you guys hit this number of revenue this month, you'll all get it. Well, he's gonna be like, what do you guys need? And he'll take care of them. But his main job's a salesman. And so if he's driving through a neighborhood that looks good, he'll hit it. He'll drop door hangers. He'll make notes, maybe say, hey, we need some Facebook ads over here. And then if they're trying to hit their goal and he needs to go stain something with them, he'll go help, or he'll go stain a job by himself. And if he's in a neighborhood, and he's going to hit all the houses around him when they're in neighborhoods. So he works kind of as helper, fill inner, where they need it, quality control. If there's a touch up, it's better for him to go do a quick touch up than it is to send a truck out. So
send an entire crew.
Yeah. So he does that, and he brings in leads. He cold calls. To my surprise, he has a very high cold call, knock on a door. I see you have a new fence, and he closes them, man. He does a very good job. So people, they want it to look good. So
his nickname needs to be the unicorn.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't find those guys very often.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I agree.
Kevin's got a question. So his first question was, what are your thoughts on fence builders decks? And then he clarifies, what are your thoughts about fence builders adding decks to their sales? Okay. I've seen guys do it well, right? I've seen guys that add decks, or not just decks, but like backyard patios, fireplaces, the whole like outdoor kitchens, that sort of thing. When they dive into it, they typically do it really well. Now, I've also seen the flip side of that.
Yeah.
Right. I've seen we could figure it out. I mean, setting post is setting post, right? And
yeah,
those don't tend to go so well.
Yeah, and you'll see it, you'll notice it if you know what things are supposed to look like. Guys like you and me, you'll see that's not quite right. That's not exactly right. But it comes in my mind, it comes down to, if he's asking a question, should I start building decks in my business to pick up added revenue? If that's the question, then I think he's got to ask himself a couple of questions. Is what is his plan to scale this business? Are you just by yourself and you just want to take advantage of everything you can in the backyard, and you're a competent carpenter and you can build this stuff? Then yeah, I mean, I think that's okay. But if you got 6 crews and you're trying to take your business to 12 crews and double your revenue over the next 2 years, then you're asking for a lot of trouble, I think.
Yep.
because you're either going to have to get all new crews or totally train the guys you have and get a whole new set of processes, and you're going to be on the job site more dealing with headaches than you need to be, instead of actually working on the business. So
yep.
I'm not sure exactly what the question is, but I'm just like you, man. I've seen fence guys that could come in and just unbelievable decks.
Yeah.
And I've seen guys that'll build a great fence and got no clue on the deck. It's a deck, but it's I wouldn't have a party on it.
Right. It looks like a deck. It looks vaguely like a deck should look. And guys, listen, this isn't saying anything about fence guys, right? Obviously, I'm a fence guy, so this isn't saying anything about fence guys because we have seen other trades try to build fences also.
Yeah.
A fence is just a fence. Okay.
Yeah. You see trim carpenters and things that can do unbelievable work, and then they build a fence, and it's just it's their interpretation of a fence. It's not that they built that fence; it's their interpretation may not be industry spec or whatever. So
usually what gets them is like the little finer points, right? So it's typically what gets them is the gates. Gates are the hardest thing to get right consistently. So
yeah, and I think it just comes down to So Roger says something about Sean King, and I bet Sean would probably tell you he has guys that crews that specialize in decking. If you can hire or acquire a decking business to slap right on with your fence business that comes with 3 top-notch deck building crews, man, there you go.
Well, and the sales to support them.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the first inclination, if you're a fence building company that has 3, 4, 5, 10 crews, I think the first inclination is, well, I can cross-train one of these crews. I don't have enough deck business coming in to support a crew full-time. So I'm going to take one of my fence crews, and part of the time they're going to do fence, and part of the time they're going to do decks as I have deck sales come in.
Yeah.
And I think that's absolutely dangerous.
And you could start with repairs. We're going to build your fence, and the deck needs 2 boards replaced and maybe a little gate put up so their dog stays on the deck. And I used to do a lot of that when I was in the fence business, just repair work, just add it on. Takes another 15 minutes. So
yeah, and we do the same thing. One of my buddy's dads, he's one of these quirky, like eccentric type guys. They're a plumbing HVAC company. And but his thing is like, hey, we'll clean your gutters. If you're willing to pay us, we will clean your gutters while we're there. Because he gets it.
Yeah.
Right. If my guys are there and they can perform the task professionally and you're willing to pay for it, then we'll do it. Of course.
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time, it comes down to scaling, and that's the question,
Well, and really the important part of that statement, I believe, is can the guys do it professionally?
Yeah.
Right. Can they do it at a professional level? Now, I'm not saying anything about guys that clean gutters, but I feel like my guys can professionally clean gutters, clean them out, not clean them out, get all the leaves and garbage out of there, rinse them out. They could probably do that at a professional level, right? Can they build a deck? Yeah, probably.
Oh, certainly.
At a professional level? No.
They could, if you trained them, brought in experts. Right. They could certainly do it. And here's the next question though. Let's say you do this. Here's where things get crazy, and you've seen this before too. A guy starts building decks. He's got a guy that says, a foreman that says, I built decks before. I can do this. And you start doing a deck, and man, that one went pretty good. And you do a couple more. At the end of the quarter, you look back and you go, our gross profit margin on decking is 30% higher than on fencing. Maybe we're a deck company now. Or maybe you go, you know what? The decks, every one of them, there's a problem. We're spinning our wheels. The decks were fun. We can build them, but it's not in our wheelhouse anymore, and we're going to kick it off. So it comes down really to the numbers, I think.
Well, yeah, absolutely. So to bring this back around to staining and sealing, that's exactly what happened for us with staining and sealing. Is you and I chatted. Actually, I found you from a podcast, and then I started watching your content on the Facebook group, and then I reached out. We started chatting, and I was like, for a fence guy, it was hard to wrap my head around the margins that are possible in staining and sealing, right? Because typically fence guys operate on lower margins, and so I was like, man, it's one of those things. Like, it seems too good to be true, but we'll give it a shot, right? And so, you worked with us on getting the guys trained on, figuring out exactly what we need to do, what equipment we needed, that sort of thing. And then we did the first 3, 4, 5 of them because I knew the first one was going to be quirky anyway. Chalk that up to a learning experience, on-site education. But yeah, then we started looking at the numbers going, this is a real thing. Like these numbers are for real.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's that absolutely happened. So I can see that
there was a
happening.
reason I went from the sales truck, and from basically managing and owning and operating a fence business where I didn't build fences.
Yeah.
To going in the field staining as an owner operator because it was better for me.
That, absolutely. And I think anyone who is thinking about it, should come to the training event, totally free. If you can get to Richmond, you can get to the training event, and then give it a go. Right.
Yeah. And what I see happening, don't get me wrong. It's not when you run it the way we do, and we have crews and employees and trucks and overhead and office staff. Yeah, we do good with our business, but where the guys really seem to do well, what we see is a lot of guys will let's say they own a $2 million fence company, and they've kind of got it in a place where they can take time away from the business and go take on another project. And that's where we'll see them start staining, and they'll go do it themselves. The owner of the company will be like, you know what, I'm going to try this, and they'll go stain themselves. That's the guys that go, holy cow, this is really good. And they'll perfect their art. And they make a ton of money because it's them and a sprayer. They got no cost in it.
Yep.
And basically they get the dream, they get the idea, and they realize, hey, we can do this, and it pays enough money that we can bring on employees to do it, and it can be a real business. And I think that's the thing that's for so long the stain business has been just a guy in a truck, and it's not been taken seriously. But we're here to tell you now that there's companies out there that are really doing great. You look at Jeff over in Chicago, 16 locations of full-time staining business. You got, you got my company, you got other companies that are full-time at this, and we're starting to get some respect in the industry.
Yeah. That's the way you described a company getting into it describes my story to a T. Mm-hmm. And that's exactly, it was me. So we started doing some training. It was actually me and one of my guys, right? But I charged enough. I charged as if it was going to be just a full-time crew, right? Knowing that my time is already paid for by the company for managing. But so we're saving a little bit. But then once we got 4 or 5 jobs into it, I was like, wait. So like this is a very real thing. And I've been charging enough to pay for a full-time crew from the go.
Right. And that's the thing of it. You can do it. So, and what we notice, I know this sounds crazy, and some people they won't like this, but we found that productivity is almost identical with a one-man crew as it is with a 2-man crew for the type jobs that we're doing.
Okay.
Fencing and decking. And so most of the time we're sending out one man, and that's per their own request, because they get a cut of each job based on gross profit margin, and their profit margin's better when they're by themselves. Now we take care of them. They've got electric hose reels. They've got nice trucks that are set up. They've got gas powered machines. They got 300-foot hoses. They're not killing themselves. We've made the job easy as possible, but they'll run by themselves. And if they get on a hard job, somebody will finish early. They'll go help another guy out.
Well, so Caleb, you touch on something that I think is important there also, is you set them up for success.
Yeah.
Right. I think
for sure.
I think too often when we're talking with other business owners, maybe not too often, but occasionally, you get done talking with a guy and you think to yourself, your guys are set up for failure. You gave them just enough equipment to do it. You gave them just enough time to do it. If everything goes perfectly, this job will be great.
Yeah.
But if one thing gets sideways, the job's over, right? Your profit's gone, right? Because you didn't set your guys up for success. In your example, you gave them electric hose reels, more expensive than a hand crank, right? But that's the last thing you do, or one of the last things you do on the project.
I remember when I was running it by myself back in the day, at the end of the day, it's 100 degrees. I wanted an extra help. I wanted help not to stain the job. I wanted help so that when I was done staining, somebody would load my truck for me because man, I got all this stuff, buckets and just all this stuff. Well, now it's all electric and it all stays in the truck. So when they get to the end of the job, they put a rag in their hand, they unhook from their quick connect, they hang the wand up in the truck and they push the button and they just run it back and forth.
Yeah. They clean the hoses that comes in.
And you talk about nice. That at the end of the day, that is nice. That's
absolutely.
Nice,
because those cranking those reels, that's a workout in itself.
We're running 5/8 inch commercial hose that's 5/8 inside, and
incredibly heavy.
Yeah, and another thing is we can run 2 guns on the end of that. So we've got a splitter in the truck that we keep 50 feet back from the end of the gun. We can pull a quick connect, put a splitter in, and run 2 hoses that are 100 feet apart. The guns would be 100 feet apart, and so if somebody shows up to help you, and you got 500 feet of fence, hey, cut-ins are done. Let's rock and roll on this thing. And it makes it really nice. And we're running the bigger barrels, instead of buckets. So they're not having to go back and change over buckets all the time. So yeah, they can rock and roll. They can move.
You can do that because the machine stays in the truck.
Yeah. They can run and gun.
We should talk more about that. Well, we should talk more about that at the training, I would say. That's right. That's because we do that right now with the fencing. So I'm thinking about our wood truck, our wood production truck, right? So the compressor stays on the truck. We've got a hose reel. It's got like 500 foot of airline on it. And then we've got some hoses we can add to that if we need to. But essentially you're doing the same thing for the stain. Is that all the heavy stuff stays on the truck. No sense unloading it, reloading it.
Yeah, that's the hard part.
Well, and one thing you're doing too, Caleb, is you're also containing the messier parts of the production too.
I'm building my dream truck and letting somebody else use it. I mean, that's it. I'm doing what John King's doing just for a fraction of the cost.
Those trucks are legitimate. Like those trucks, expensive, but legitimate. Like it's one of those things where if you look at, and I'm sure if you did a video of your VINs, it's the same thing. Every time I watch one of the videos, I'm watching like every detail because I know thought went into it.
Yeah. We had some guys from California here this week. They were stopping our crews. Every one of them, as they went out the gate, they were stopping them. And there's these guys in like white collared shirts with notepads, and they're looking in there and they're talking, taking notes. And I'm going, wait a minute here. I need to be charging for this.
Right. Yeah. Oh, let's catch up here. Excuse me. That's one of the side effects of this COVID stuff. Is you get a lingering cough. That's more irritating than anything. It's not productive. It's just irritating. All right. Charles said, glad you're okay, Joe. Watch you later. Got to do some chores. Well, Charles, best of luck with your chores. So Kevin may want to ask Sean King the deck building question. Kevin says, hey guys, thanks for getting this going today. I followed Joe, but funny enough, my first 5-gallon stain and seal arrived. Well, he says later, but then he says it arrived yesterday. So Kevin's got some stain and seal. It's
mix it up and go for it.
Once you try it, I'm telling you, Kevin, once you try it, you won't go back. You really, and that's a pretty bold statement because I don't even know what you're using, but yeah. So Kevin says, just started my business, have a little bit of part-time help. When should you feel comfortable scaling one employee at a time? So my opinion is this is going to vary business to business, right? Every business is different. They're organized differently. They run differently. Kevin, what I would do is as you're selling the jobs, like I said, when I did the stain, me and a helper did the stain jobs, but I priced it as if I had a crew chief and a helper.
Yeah.
Right. So I priced it as if I was just sending a crew out. But I was performing the work. So we saved some money. We made some extra money on those projects. Kevin, I would suggest you do the same. So you've got a little bit of part-time help. Price your jobs, your projects as if he's full-time, as if you just expect him to be there 40 hours a week, whatever you pay him, that sort of thing. And go from there and then bring him on full-time.
Yeah. There's never been a better time in the world economy that you can do that.
Yeah.
There have been times where you literally, it'd be really hard to add that on to your bid. Now it's not so much.
Sure.
Now you've got the opportunity to run a business like a business, even if you're just starting out. And so if I had to go back, I would have started my business differently. I would have never learned to stain if I had to go back. And I know that's hard. That's crazy to say that, but I've not stained a fence in a couple of years, other than just coming out on a job site and spraying a couple of panels or something like that.
Yeah.
And our business has grown more in the time where I wasn't holding the stain wand than it has when I did have it. And
Yeah.
so if you could start off by working on the business and putting people in place to do what they've got to do, you could do it. And here's the thing, like I said, now there's never been a time that you could pay, you can charge enough money to pay people a good wage.
Yeah.
You can do it now. You can do that.
Yep.
And so if you're running my plan, Sean King's plan, Tom Reaver's plan, your plan, if you're running a 50% margin, including materials and all your labor costs in there, then you can do it you could do it from day one.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. You can do it from day one, and you can hire part-time help, but pay them a full-time price until it's full-time. And you could literally be 5 years ahead of most contractors.
Yeah, I agreed. So Kevin, I guess one question I would ask is, so you just started a business. What type of business is it? Right. So if it's a fencing business, when guys are just getting started, in between larger jobs are taking on repair work. I'm here to tell you, for fencing, there is no better profit margin than repair work.
Yep.
Period. End of story. And it's not even close. The problem is it's repair work, right? So there are smaller projects. It's $750 to $1,000 a time, but you've got to do 4 of those in a day to match what you could do on a larger install.
Revenue wise.
Correct. Sorry. Revenue wise.
But $1,000 project, you have $112 worth of material.
Yeah.
So your gross profit margin on repairs is through the roof.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. So if you're a fencing business, absolutely. And I was going to say, go hunt for repair projects. You don't have to hunt for them. I think a Facebook post in one of your, we have in our area in Springfield, Missouri, we've got Welcome to Springfield. We've got I Love Republic. We've got Welcome to Marshfield. We got all these little community Facebook groups.
Mm-hmm.
All you have to do is create a post in each one of those that says, "Hey, my name's Kevin. I'm a fence guy. I do fence work. I also do repair work. Do you have 1 or 2 posts that need replaced? Do you have a gate that doesn't close or open correctly? I'd love to come take a look at it." And that's it. You don't have to go hunt from the work. From that day forward, that work will come find you.
Oh yeah.
Because most fence companies are turning away repair work.
Yeah.
Right. Because it's easier for me to send one crew to one job per day. Mm-hmm. Rather than the logistics of trying to route them to 4 different repairs, make sure they got the material for all of them. That being said, we just bought a truck, and it's one of these Isuzu NPRs. Have you seen those things? I'm sure you have, but so for those that haven't seen them, they're basically the front cab sits over the front axle. It's a boxy cab, and then a 16-foot deck on the back of it. Truck with a 16-foot bed, essentially. And that's going to be our material delivery and repair truck.
Man, you're talking good.
Well, it's one of these things. Like, I always struggle to take my own advice sometimes. Yeah. Who was it? I think it was Sean and I were talking with some fence guys on here probably 6 months ago. And I gave them the same advice. I'm like, guys, you need to have a repair guy. And it's probably the guy that's been with you forever, that is aging off of an installation crew, right? But he still knows everything there is to know about fence. How do you take care of that guy? I think he's your repair guy.
Can I tell you a story about that guy?
Yes, sir.
So first of all, I'm looking for a repair guy. Rio Grande. Everybody's heard of Rio Grande Fence Company in Nashville. They've won Fence Contractor of the Year forever. So there's a guy I know who worked for Rio Grande since the 60s, since they started way back in the day, and or maybe the early 70s, maybe 1972 or something like that he started. And he's an old man now. And so he retired and started doing a few little repairs here and there. And Rio Grande called him up and said, "Hey, we don't want any repairs. Do you think you'd like to have them?" And so this guy says, "Sure, I'll take them." So this guy, he's like 100 years old now, and he's got another couple buddies that are 100 years old each. And for the last 20 years, he said he's made more money. His average day looks like this. He gets up, he goes to the local corner place, they drink coffee. When they get done drinking coffee, they go repair one or two little things. And then by 12 o'clock, they go home. And I think 5 years ago, he was making like $1,500 a week cash. Everybody would pay him with cash. So he was clearing $1,500 a week, and he was paying his helpers way too much money. And he just was loving life, and not even working hard, not breaking a sweat. He'd go out and change a gate hinge, but that's the guy you're looking for, a guy who's been on a fence crew for 20 or 30 years. He's a little tired, he's a little wore out. Put him in a truck and take really good care of him, and let him go do your repairs.
Well, so here's how I think it's going to look here. And I'm going to say this, a lot of times the way things end up looking are different than how I think they're going to look. Mm-hmm. But I think this guy gets elevated to a field supervisor, which means he oversees 2, 3, 4 crews, right? So he gets them started in the morning. So 4 is a bit much. 2 or 3 crews, gets them started in the morning, verifies their layout and all this stuff, sets them on their way, and then does a couple repairs during the day. Nothing crazy, enough to keep him busy, because in the afternoon, he's going to go back around, just double check everything got done that day, make sure job sites are clean, talk to a customer, that sort of thing.
And he needs a helper, I would say.
What's that?
I would say he needs a helper.
Probably. Yeah.
Carrying bags of concrete, pulling post.
Exactly. For the big, hairy, ugly stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But he's the kind of guy who can take a 12-year-old kid and turn him into a great helper. So
yes. If they got to have some thick skin with this guy, because he was a drill sergeant in a former life. I am convinced of it. But the guys that make it on his crew really make it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he puts them through the fire, but if they come out on the other side, they're good as gold.
They know how to hold a flashlight when they're done. So
yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. Absolutely. But yeah, that's what I think it looks like. So Kevin goes on to say, it's a fence business. Great advice. So Kevin, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this question in terms of a fence company, which I think we probably already covered it. But one thing I've learned, and this could be about me, I don't know if this is like a whole industry thing, but by the time I'm to the point of asking that question, the answer is yesterday, right? So when should you feel comfortable scaling? If you're asking that question, the day was yesterday, right? So whether it's to bring this guy on full time, like we said, charge as if he's full time, and then if he's still part time, you pay him super well so he doesn't go anywhere, right? Right now, that is a major concern, because in this, I'm sure you guys are seeing it in whatever markets you're in right now. But like, there's companies that are paying significant sign-on bonuses, several $1,000s to start work with them, right? So there's one place, they call it a double sign-on bonus. So $1,000 the day you start, and then $1,000 90 days later. So you could get $2,000 in 3 months on top of your normal wages. So that is a very real conversation that's going on here, is that we need to make sure our team is happy. We need to make sure our team is fully compensated in a way that makes sense for them, right? So some people, we've got a few here who are not monetarily driven, right? They need to pay their bills, period. Like, they will not work for free, but compensation looks different to them. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So it's, it can just be, it's different things for different people. But figure out what motivates your people and pay them accordingly, or just compensate them accordingly. So it's not always pay. Compensation can look like tickets to the Chiefs game. A couple tickets to the Chiefs game with a Friday off for a Saturday game. Get up there, get comfortable, get set up. It's a Saturday morning game. Whatever it is. But compensate that part-time guy as if he's a full-time. Charge your projects accordingly as if he was a full-time. And the day you've got enough work, or probably the day before you got enough work, you bring him on full-time. Yeah. Right? So one employee at a time. I mean, we're just starting out. Yes. One employee at a time. But as you scale, as you grow larger, that number grows larger too.
Well, and there's something to be said too there's some guys who are pretty tenacious. For me, I was a stain guy. I wanted to start painting fences because we have a lot of black fences that are painted in my area. They're not going to stain them. They want them painted black.
Yeah.
So I started advertising, doing my free advertising, and anything I could do to get the word out. And I called the best fence painting guy in Kentucky, and who'd been doing it for 30 years. And he basically put me through a PhD of fence painting, all the do's and don'ts, all the mistakes he made, all the pricing things, all the equipment, all the best practices. And I went and did my first job that I closed, and it was a significantly large job. And I hired people right there. And so if you're in a market or have the ability to go after some pretty large projects and you're bidding your margins right, you may have the ability to get a kickstart with a project like that and go to the races. And if you do that and you hire people, you've got to be in a position to work on the business, because now you've got to go get more work. And if you get that kickstart, you can roll.
Yeah, that's the big caveat there. Is that you have to be able to be in the office, whether the office is your dining room table or a standalone office.
Yeah,
you have to be ready to be the guy that's the office guy.
For me, it was the truck. And so what I did, and a lot of guys asked me how to make that transition from field to office. And what I would do is I would roll out to the job site, get them going. I'd jump in the truck, handle my business. Now I go around the neighborhood. Who else needs our services? Knock on doors, put out things, come check on the guys a few minutes later, get back on the phone, call people, just make friends in high places, do everything I had to do. When it was lunchtime, I even bring them lunch, and I'd say, hey, give me a spray gun. You guys go eat. And I'll take off, and we'll eat lunch in shifts. When the lunch is completely over, I get back in my truck and do my thing again. And that was how I did it. And so I turned a job where I would have normally been there working all day. Well, instead, I've got a full day of marketing, advertising, relationship building, coaching, and everything for my team. So I wind up with guys who are better at the end of the job because I was there and told them what I wanted. Instead of showing them, I let them do it and then figure out how to fix it. And I had 5 leads from the neighborhood all in the same amount of time. So that's what I did, and it worked well for me.
I wish I remember who this has been several years ago. I met a guy at Fence Tech, at one of the Fence Techs. So he ran his business out of what he called a mobile command center, which was a Sprinter van that had in the back, it had a desk and a chair, right? And the chair was bungeed to the desk when he was moving. He's like, I don't have an office. My van is my office. So I'll put it in front of a customer's house, so that if my crew has a question, just exactly like what you're saying, he can be on site to lend a hand if needed, but he can also be taken care of. He can be in the back of this van at his desk, whether it's writing out bids, whether it's entering stuff in his laptop for bills or whatever. Mobile. I thought that was genius, having a mobile command center.
You know, when people who wear bifocals, you see them, they look down so they can look through the top of the glass. That was me. I was constantly working on the computer or whatever, and every once in a while I'd look down, look out the windshield. Yep, they're on task. And that was it, man. That's a great way. And it's actually for the guy who likes to be in the field, who doesn't want to be in the office. It's a good way to keep your sanity. You're moving, you're running and gunning, and you get to feel like you're in the field. But at the same, and when you go out there and your guys look at you and you say, hey, go sell something, then you know you're doing the right thing. You know?
So a comment similar to that came up. where was it? I don't know. Somewhere was like, listen, when I'm not in the office, my office is more productive. You know, when I go out, it seems like when I go on vacation, things clicks, you know, things are just smoother.
Yeah.
And my response was, well, it sounds like you're getting in your way. You know, you're getting in your team's way. If you're more productive when you're gone, then you need to figure out how to be gone more or something.
Yeah.
Or you just need to take that as a sign that you're interfering with your team. You know, you need to find somewhere else to be. And whether that's maybe you jump back on the sales truck as a second salesman, you know, or whatever it is. In this instance, I think he is his problem. Or I told him if you can afford to take more vacations, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, so Kevin, one guy at a time or one employee at a time is probably the right answer for the first little bit. So who was it? Was it Sean that had a recent post that was basic? Or no. It was Mark Olson, successful contractor that said runaway growth is dangerous. Growth is positive. Runaway growth is dangerous, right? So keep that in mind. And I say that to say, you know, one employee at a time lets you keep an eye on your overhead, right? Keep an eye on your payroll expense, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I hope that helped, Kevin. If you got any more questions, let me know. I mean, or drop in the comments below, because this is the stuff that Caleb and I enjoy, right?
Yeah,
answering these things.
Like you said, runaway growth. What that means is cash flow can cover a lot of sins in your business.
Yeah.
And we all saw this back in 08 and 09, where you had all these guys building houses that had like a brand new Dodge diesel work truck, and then a brand new jacked up Dodge diesel going out truck. And then they had a ski boat, and they had an RV. They had 6 jet skis and a Harley Davidson, and they've been in business for 2 years.
Yeah.
And they were just living on that cash flow, just going crazy. The cash flow stopped. And they were back in a 1997 dually that they started out in. And you just got to be careful of that. Just make sure, if you're doing this, watch those sins, you know, learn how to run it the right way, so that if hard times ever do come up, you're in a good place.
Well, and I'll say this too, because Kevin's just starting out. And if this means like within the last several months, winter, depending on where you are, I guess, winter time comes every single year. Right. And so all throughout the summer, like right now, to Caleb's point, cash flow is good right now. Money's coming in. We got more money coming in than's going out. And that's the ideal scenario. We're squirreling away a percentage of that. Every
we're
deposit.
already thinking about it.
What's that?
Yeah. In July, I'm already looking at the wintertime. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm already thinking about it and looking at it.
Yep. What is our payroll expense? What will our payroll look like this wintertime? Squirrel it away. What's our overhead right now? What will our overhead be in the wintertime? Squirrel that away. Because the winter comes every year, right? And we're typically slower in the winter than we are in the summer. And cash flow is not great in the wintertime, because think about it from the customer's point of view. Now, technically, our contract says this thing's due in 15 days. 16 days, you get finance charges. 30 days, you're getting a letter, right? So, But if I'm the customer and things are tight and it's 2 weeks before Christmas, do you think the fence guy's getting paid, or do you think we're going Christmas shopping?
Yeah.
I bet you're going Christmas shopping, right? So our receivables stretch out in November and December. Well, and January, because I think customers put it on credit cards and then they're paying credit cards in January. But through the wintertime, the receivables spread out a bit, right? Time to payment stretches. And you just got to think about that. So, like I said, to Caleb's point, cash flow is good right now. Squirrel it away, because wintertime is coming for sure. Kevin says, great answers. Thanks, guys. Kevin, thank you. Guys, here's the thing. I love this live Q&A, especially when I get to have guests on, because for me, this is more of like Caleb and I having a conversation with you guys, right? So I don't really view it as like strictly like question and answer.
Yeah.
It's like an ongoing conversation.
Yeah, and we don't get together as much as we used to, so it's
We
nice
don't.
to hang
Yeah,
out.
technology's great because like this is kind of like hanging out.
Yeah,
Not really.
we should start doing this with a cigar, and just do it in the evening. I'll have a fire flickering over my shoulder here.
So I watched this watch channel called Luxury Bazaar. If you guys are into watches at all, you need to check it out. They do a whiskey and watches live, like once a month or something like that, where they just get like a nice whiskey or bourbon or whatever.
Hey man,
And
I'm ready. When you are, I'll be there.
whiskey and fences. Roger's got a question. Hey Caleb, is there a stain sealer for cement board, or is that simply called paint?
Roger, I'm sure that there is. I'm sure there is. Generally, what we see with cement board is pre-priming. They pre-prime it at a factory, put a factory finish primer on it, and then it's ready for whatever paint you want to put on it. Is there a stain? I don't know. I know some of that cement board does have a wood grain to it, and I'm sure that it could be stained somehow, but not to my knowledge.
Yeah, typically we looked into concrete for a little bit. I guess we're still technically kicking it around. Concrete post and board. So we did the reaction video of the D&J guys. In that scenario, the stain would be pre-mixed in with the concrete mix. Mm-hmm. So, and honestly, if we do it, when we do it, so we'll be looking at a brown stain, right? Or brown pigment.
Let's talk about that, because not too long ago, I spoke to someone somewhere who had a company that made the H posts, who were going out of business or had gone out, sold out or something. And all the forms were there. Everything was there. And I was really interested in it. And something took my attention off of that. And I'll have to figure it out. But
makes you wonder why they went out of business,
Well, marketing probably.
Well, yeah. It could be a million different reasons. And I'll tell you, so one of the things I view as a hurdle here is those things have got to be incredibly heavy. The post and the what they call gravel boards, we would call it a kickboard, would have to be incredibly heavy.
Okay, I know where it is now. I'll talk to you about it.
Okay. But that would be my only thing is telling the guys, all right, so you're used to carrying this Postmaster post, which weighs, 10 pounds maybe, mm-hmm. to carrying this post that weighs 100 pounds, right? So there's going to be some resistance there, and we'll call it resistance to keep it clean. So I think that's the biggest hurdle for me, is that the guys are used to 10-pound posts, and then you're going to ask them to carry 100-pound posts. Now, granted, they've got equipment on the truck. If we're talking about a set crew, they've got equipment on the truck, a Dingo or a Bobcat MT100 that has forks on it that can move these, but you still got to pick it up, put it in the hole.
Well, right? And more importantly, you've got to have a truck that will carry enough post.
Well, that's true. Yeah, you're not going to use a half-ton pickup.
But I remember where I saw these, and I remember who made them, and I remember where they are. I know the whole story now, so I'll get with you on that. But yeah, it was at a house that I was going to buy in a totally different part of the country, and the guy that built the house was it's a crazy house, man. He owned a concrete company, and he built his own fence with those type of posts, and they had their own forms, and they were like, yeah, my dad did this back 50 years ago. The forms are still over there at our place. And I was like, really? So, and they were H posts.
So,
and they had
built, the concept is sound.
With it. They had built 4-rail fencing with it.
I could see that. You just form pockets in it and slide your rails in.
I think, I'm not sure. I can't remember how they did it, but it was H post, and it was kind of unconventional the way they mounted the post, the rails to it, but it would have been perfect for privacy panels.
Interesting. So, yeah, like I said, the theory is sound, and over in the UK they do it a ton. Now, I understand that it's not the only fence they install in the UK. In the video, the title is something to the effect of, so this is how they build fence in the UK. Like, it sounded like a very definitive statement. And a lot of the comments that are still coming in is that they also build fence the same way we do.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the world capital for post saver. I mean, they sell a bazillion of them over there. So we know they have wood post and a lot of them.
Yeah. But the theory's sound, right? They build a lot of these concrete fences over there.
Yeah.
And, it's rebar reinforced. So it's a strong post. The things will last forever, right? The wood panels that you slide in and out. I think, wasn't it you and I that watched a video?
Staining. You pull the panel out, you stain it, and you put the panel back in.
Right back in.
Yeah.
Man, it's like maintenance. Maintenance has to be just a breeze.
Yeah.
Right. So.
And you want to change the way your panels are. You want to put a gate in. It seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Well, the gate thing, the gates are a thing.
Not if you put the hardware in your forms, like a hole, maybe a hole that's got a sleeve in it every so often or whatever, where you can mount hinges or something to it. I think.
Well, what I was thinking was, if you did, so instead of an H post, if you did just like an H post is what I'd call a two-way post. If you did a one-way post, like an in post, one-way post. And then my thought was, so we have wall mount male hinges. So for like kennels or something like that, we also have concrete, redhead or redhead are the anchors, but I was thinking more concrete screws. You drill and you tap con these things in.
Where my mind goes is, so you have the H, so you have the two sides and then the H. In that going between, you're going to have rebar going crossways.
Yeah.
If you just had your mold that cut out to where the rebar was exposed at the top and bottom in a small hole, you could create basically a panel with a gate on it that slid in and dropped down, and it would hook. And now you've got a gate that pre-built from the factory, gate set to a perfect size. Stick it in the H, it drops right in, hooks to the rebar, and it's there. The gate would never. It'd be simple.
Yeah.
And I think that would work. And you could make every single post that way, and it would be universal. It would be pretty sweet.
I think we're on something, Caleb.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think it's a great idea. And the feedback in the comments is from the people in the States is like, yes, please. Like, this is what we want.
Yeah. And maybe it could be built out of something other than concrete that's super heavy, super strong, but lightweight. Heavy duty, strong, rigid, lightweight.
Yeah. Well, so Roger cuts on that or touches on that when he says you need to be the first producer of spin cast fence posts, lighter and stronger. Yeah.
So what is spin cast?
So it's like fiber reinforced or fiber in general. Roger, correct me if I'm wrong. That's my understanding of spin cast is more of a fiber product than a concrete product. While Caleb's looking this up, let's see. Oh, well, there you go. So Will H says there's a company called Fencrete America that makes them. There you go. Well, they don't do a very good job of marketing themselves because I'd never heard of it. Need to look at that up. Well, so Roger's got a point. The problem with drilling anything in concrete will weaken it. The solution, like Caleb said, lies in the forms and utilizing embedded attachment.
Exactly.
Yeah. And that's a fair point, Roger. I was just thinking of ways. So the way they do it, D&J, is they'll set a wood post in the same hole as that concrete post, and then they'll just use regular wood attachments on either side. But then we're back to the wood post. Like my mind works in a way that says, all right, if we agree that concrete posts are better than wood posts, then we need to do away with wood posts completely. Right. If we're operating under the belief that concrete is superior to wood, then no more wood. And so then using wood for gate posts is like, well,
yeah,
we're back to wood posts.
If we can preserve a wood post, well, I'll put it like this also. I have seen wood posts that are pre-World War II that were perfect, perfectly intact. They were creosote.
Yeah.
They just about broke the bobcat while we were trying to rip them out. And after we broke the first one, we decided the rest were going to stay. And I have seen concrete posts that were half that old that were falling apart, rebar sticking out of them, and they were just crumbling. Same with utility poles. Here's the big kicker. So we sell pole savers. There's composite utility poles. There's concrete utility poles. There's steel utility poles, and then there's wood. And over and over and over, they try these new things, and nothing is as strong or dependable as wood. And so it keeps coming back to wood. So where's the weakness lie in wood? Well, it's in organic growth destroying the base of the post in that aerobic zone, that 8 inches. We've got a cure for that. We already know how to fix that problem. So I don't know, Joe, maybe wood is the thing. If it's a renewable resource and we can keep it, and then we can put a sleeve on it and let that post last for 20 to 50 years. Is that the best option?
Well, yeah. And so also you have to think that here in the States, wood is less expensive per unit than in other places in the world. Right. So I heard this in our video that we did in Australia and in the UK, that wood is significantly more expensive there than it is here.
Yeah.
It's just more plentiful here because of our environment.
Right.
So to your point, if it's more plentiful, less expensive, maybe there's something to be said for trying to reinvent the wheel over and over and over.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like instead of focusing on the solution, we're focusing on just completely different options.
And here's one thing that we know is true also. Steel, chain link, let's just talk about chain link. We've torn out a lot of chain link fences where the posts were rotted at the bottom. Galvanized chain link fencing in the post is rotted and completely unusable. It holds no strength anymore. So it happens, everything's gonna have a lifespan. Now, if we're talking Schedule 80 or Schedule 40 steel from the 40s, obviously that's good stuff, but most of that stuff's not that quality nowadays. So
well, right, and it comes down to the thickness of the galvanizing. So I think that's more of the problem than wall thickness is. Well, so wall thickness definitely helps. I mean, there's more material there.
Wall thickness is key, and then that coating on it. You got to.
That's the thing is no one's talking about the standards of the coating, right? It's just galvanized, whatever we're talking about, galvanized post, galvanized rail, galvanized wire. I have to think that that's part of the problem with post rusting prematurely is the coating, but there's no standard. Well, there is a standard, the 2 ounce. Right. So that's a standard. The 2 ounce coating is a standard. But when we're talking about just regular galvanized, there's no standard for thickness of coat for any of that. You know what I mean? So maybe that's something that I don't know who we would talk to about this, but we need to talk to somebody about it because I think that's probably at least a portion of the problem is, if I'm a manufacturer and I say, guys, we're looking to maximize profits and we need, or we're trying to get more product out, which is more likely the conversation that's going on right now. And someone says, well, there's no standard for galvanized coating. So if we send these things through at twice the speed, we'll have a little less coating on it, but it's still galvanized.
But our shareholders will be happy.
Yeah, well, and so will our customers because they're getting, we're making this more available. That's a conversation that's going on right now.
Yeah.
Is how available are the things? Whether we're talking about chain link, wood, vinyl, I don't care what we're talking about.
Well, and here's the thing that we've noticed from big manufacturers. We've seen products come through from big companies, from raw material suppliers and things. And when we get them here for us, we test them. And according to them, there's absolutely no change. But according to us, there's things that have changed. And when you call them on it, they of course they deny, but we know that's one of the things with COVID that is sort of the unspoken problem, is that quality on some things has gone down, and it's got to be addressed.
Well, because, these manufacturers are right now, they're motivated to get the most things out of the most, whatever they make, the widgets. They're motivated to get the most widgets into the market today, because their competitors aren't going to be able to get them into the market till next month. So if they get their widgets into the market today, they'll sell them all, and they'll sell them for a tidy margin, right? A tidy, not tiny, a nice margin. So so quality control is probably going to lax, right? So I saw this with wood pickets, and this was actually pre-COVID. It was a nationwide manufacturing wholesaler of cedar pickets. And when they came in, we buy them, truckloads at a time. We open up the bundles, and they're already splitting at the tops.
Yep.
Well, that's weird. Now you account for a certain amount of coal, right?
Mm-hmm.
You just plan on a certain amount of these things are just gonna get pulled because they've already got splits more than 6 inches, or they got knot holes that are loose, or whatever, depending on what grade of lumber we're talking about. But these were 30% per bundle that were already split. So we ended up having a hard conversation with the salesman to say, listen, these are supposed to be your version of number one. Now, they didn't call them number one, number two. They gave them names, right? So Alpha, Beta, Charlie, or whatever. I was like, these are supposed to be alpha boards. Alpha boards are not supposed to have splits. They're not supposed to have knots. Yep. We're paying a premium price for a premium product. What you sent me is not a premium product, right?
Yeah. And when you're in a marketplace where if you don't want it, Joe, I got 50 other people who'll take it, then what can you do?
Right. Yeah. So, okay, well, if you don't want your other 3 loads, so we would commit to 5 loads at a time to get a price point down. And so, so if it's load 1, they would just say, oh, well, you don't want the other 4? Okay, no problem. I have a laundry list of people begging me for boards on a regular basis. I'll just send your 4 to them. Well, what do you do? Right. Yeah. So luckily this conversation was pre-COVID. So they didn't really have a laundry list. So it was a different conversation then. But that's basically what it came down to, was their quality control was not where it needed to be. Right. Yeah. They were missing
stuff. We're seeing that in many industries with post-COVID. We're seeing it because if you don't want it, somebody else will take it.
Well, so one of our wholesalers we deal with does something similar to where, so we'll order it. They'll send us a confirmation of the order, but then we don't know what we actually paid for it until after it's delivered, unloaded. Then that evening they send us the invoice for it.
Dangerous.
So, yeah. So say I thought this post was going to cost me $20, and then it came in at $32. Well, wait a minute.
Yeah. It's already in the ground. Yeah.
Well, or it's we buy a lot of stuff for inventory, so it's already on the lot. But whether it's on the lot or in the ground, it's ours at that point. And if you complain too loud about it, then, like you said, they say, "Hey, listen, I got a bunch of people that are looking for these things. If you don't want them, somebody else will." And it's not that I don't want them. I do want them. I need them. I also need to know what I'm paying for these things. Right.
Yeah.
So
it's another side effect of COVID is the ability for customer service to go out the window.
That's a real problem.
Yeah.
That is a real problem. And I think that's
thing. Used to, you would got your people with any company would, hey, we really want to make you happy. Now that we're moving at the speed of light, and most people, it's not that they don't want to, it's that they don't have time to really do those things, because you got a laundry list of backlog, just like you said. So rather than deal with the issue with you, hey, we'll just sell it to somebody else, move on, because I got so much to do.
I was talking to a friend. I was talking to a friend in the roofing industry, and we were basically all saying the same stuff about customer service just being non-existent. And he said, yeah, he had a conversation with one of his suppliers, and they basically said that. They're like, listen, like, we don't have time to hold your hand on this. We have so much to do. There are so many people to take care of. Either you want it or you don't.
Yeah.
You know, you send me what you want, and I'll see if I've got it. And if I have it, I'll send it to you. But we're not going to spend a bunch of time holding your hand.
Yeah.
We're not going to spend a bunch of time breaking out your project. You know what I mean? And it's just like,
that's not the way we grew up in the business. Yeah.
What kind of answer is that? You know, like, and here's the thing, Caleb, you and I know that the first person to prioritize customer service on the wholesale fence level will have all the business they ever want. The thing is, right now, they all have all the business they ever want. Right. So that's the thing, is it's going to take a slowdown, because you got to take business away from them.
Yeah.
To get their attention.
Will uncover the sins of business. And for all of us, if things turn down, we will all realize the things, should have tightened that up, and that's it.
Well, yeah. Again, to your point, cash flow covers up a lot. But once you start taking cash flow away, then you start really having to take a hard look at how you do things. But in what we're finding, Caleb, is that the customers are having the same experience, right? Because as a fence company right now, you probably have all the business you want and or need.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of companies that are just throwing customer service out the window too, at our level.
Yeah.
And I say I mean like my company's level.
Yeah.
And so we talked about that. So the last Friday of every month, we basically it's a team building day. It's, we do some building chores around the office, around the lot. We bring in lunch. Actually, I bought a grill, so we're going to start grilling lunches.
Nice.
And then we have that afternoon is spent just in a company-wide meeting, saying, what do we do this month? What are we doing next month? So that this does a couple of things. One, it gets everyone to look everyone else in the eye, right? Because like our wood production crew, they leave out at 6 a.m. Well, my office staff doesn't get here till 7:30 or till 7:15 to start opening everything up at 7:30. So they miss each other. And then the wood production crew comes back around 2 or 3, depending on the day. And then when those guys get back, they are unloading the truck, they're in their truck, and they're gone. Right. So they don't interact with the office staff very much, or the sales team. So what this lunch does is it gets everybody to look everybody else in the eye. Right. Everyone talks to everybody. Right. Yeah. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. What we're trying to prevent is any sort of divide, because you see this. What I'm scared of is as we grow, you see larger companies that have this problem, that the office is against production or sales is against the, no, we are not completely separate divisions. Now we are different people have different jobs here. Okay.
Yeah.
But we're all one family, right? We spend more time with each other than we do with our families.
Yeah.
So, we are a work family.
In this book called Scaling Up, it's called Mastering the Rockefeller Habits. And one thing that I see over and over again with examples of companies, the way that they fix that, and it's going to be hard in your business because there's a lot of heavy lifting, but the guys that are on the truck, they're coming in and answering phones for a day. The ladies in the office, they're going down and cleaning the shop for a day, and then the shop foreman, he's going out and or whatever. And people, they swap and reverse roles. And what happens is Your crews maybe that forget to call the customer before they get there. They're taking the phone calls that said, hey, nobody called me before. When are they going to get here? And so everybody starts understanding why things are happening and the reason behind it. And I don't do enough of that. And I think we probably should.
Well, so we do a little of that in that we do cross training, right? So that Candace that runs our front office, she also runs our retail. Friday, she was out in the lot running the forklift, right? She was loading and unloading. She was helping them do inventory, to your point, so that she could see that side of it. Like what happens after I pick up the walkie and I tell them I've got a customer coming around for 10, 2.5, 6 foot CS20 post. Like what happens after that? And so she got to do a little bit of that on Friday. So we do a little bit of that, but to your point, I probably wouldn't send our project coordinator out to go build fence.
Sure.
Right. Just so there's got a little bit of limitations, but this last Friday, its job is to get everyone on the same page, right? So that the production guys can be at the same table as sales. And that's where we start is with my dad and my sister. What did we sell last month? What's coming down the pipeline this month? Like what do these guys need to know is coming up, right? Because everyone sees the schedule, but there's more to a schedule than just names on a board, right? My dad got to share that my dad sold the biggest project we've ever sold as a company last month.
Really nice.
Yeah, he got to share that, and we got to talk about what that looks like. Now it's a commercial project, obviously, so the commercial guys will get in on it, but the residential guys got to hear about it, right? And so, and vice versa. Then my sister goes, and
Sarah to step up her game.
I know, right? So I tell you what, if she understand everyone's business is different, right? So for us, this is like a $300,000 project, which is the biggest single project we've ever sold. So Sarah runs our residential division. If that girl sells a $300,000 project, we got some talking to do.
I know somebody who sold a $1.2 million residential fencing project. So
okay, so it can be done, but
you can guess who did it. So
yeah, I think I know exactly who did it. But that so then at that table we're going to talk about some unique challenges that project has, right? And we did that with my dad's project. Is we talked about like, all right, well, it's 6,000 foot of 6+3 and removal and some pretty big gates and yada yada yada. Like what? Here's the plan. The plan is we're going to do, so that everybody knows, right? Everyone at that table heard what the plan was. So most of the people at the table don't need to know what the plan was, but they still know, right? So anyway, and so that's what we do on Fridays is we get everyone to look everyone else in the eye. What do we do this month? And then comes the crew chiefs. What do we get done this month? And they say, well, we got so many projects done, so much revenue, so much profit. Okay, what went wrong? Well, this project we hit an irrigation line. This project we did this. This is what went wrong. Okay, how do we fix it? Is it fixable? Irrigation lines, not fixable. But and we just talk about it, and we talk about it at the table, so that sales is hearing what production's going through. Here's the problems that we have. The work orders consistently are missing 1 or 2 posts. So now we know we got to load 5 extra posts on because we don't know if this work order is light 1 or 2 posts.
Yeah.
Or one thing that came up last month is there's always more pickets on the work order than what we need. Right? There's always and we excuse me, we budget in an extra like 5% for cold. The boards should be cold before they go on the truck. Sometimes they're not. So an extra 5% of boards go on the truck and then they come back, right? But the wood production was seeing that there was more than 5% of pickets left at the end of the project. All right, well now we need to go back, talk to Sarah in sales and say, hey, let's look at how we're figuring pickets, right? Because we don't charge by the foot, we charge by the item and by the hour labor, right? So We overcharge them for pickets. How do we fix that? Right. And it's a time for everyone to hear about it. And then I'm usually last. I'm like, all right, guys, as a company, here's what we did last month. Here's where I see that we had some pain points. Here's how I think we can solve them. Questions and comments.
Yep.
And then here's what we're doing next month. Here's what I'm doing next month for the company. Here's where I think our vision's going, that sort of thing. So that everyone can know what that plan is too.
Do you do that meeting weekly or monthly?
Monthly.
Okay. We do the same exact thing, and we do it weekly on Friday.
Yeah.
It's a 45-minute meeting for us.
So the difficulty there, and I understand, like, it's all solvable, but the difficulty there is, like I said, the production crews leave out at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
So if I hold them at the office, if we did a 7:30 meeting that went till 8, well, now instead of coming back at 2, they're coming back at 4:30.
Yeah. So on Fridays, our office staff comes in an hour early. And so the meeting starts for us 7 a.m. Our production and operations start at 7 a.m. in our office at 8, sales staff at 8. And so 7 a.m. we have breakfast that's catered. We do our meeting, and I got a meeting folder. I keep every meeting notes in here. And you want to show you how similar we are. We do a little different. Everybody signs in, everybody gets a copy. And we do Bible study first thing. So Bam Bam, if you know Michael, he's been not a pastor but a Bible school teacher for years. So we start off with a prayer and a Bible study. Then and we've got times for this thing. So we run it very, very strict. But week overview for operations. So past, present jobs. Do we have any callbacks? What did we do? And then next there's production and shipping. Obviously we sell stain. So we want to know how our production was in manufacturing. How was our orders? How did we get those shipped out, et cetera? And then we do leads and sales from the week, upsell report, dealers. How many dealers did we bring on, et cetera? And then we do a next week overview. What did the jobs and production and the shipping and the weather, what does everything look like next week? And then we do important announcements, and like a quick safety meeting. And then we'll do a training topic. And the one we're harping on right now is the 7 steps. We found 7 steps that really work. And we've got like check boxes here. So every week there's these stickers you see on the front have our check mark boxes. And,
I like that.
And the 7 steps, we found the top 5 or 6 things where we have little issues. Because our job's at 95%, how can we get that last 3 to 5%?
Yeah.
And it's those 7 steps. And so I feel like I'm on repeat, which I am, but you have to.
Yeah.
And those 7 steps work well. So we're quizzing people now. It's so good now that people who pack boxes know the 7 steps for a stain project. And so we're going to give out a gift card or something for everybody. Perfect. Then we'll do general Q&A, which is general questions and answers, needs and wants, constructive criticism, bright ideas. What improvements did we make? And then a lot of times we'll do something like, all right, so everybody will get a copy of this, and it'll say, okay, on the back, I want you to write this line: stain and seal experts should ... And then below it, write start doing, and then a couple lines down, write stop doing, and then a couple lines down, write keep doing. And
okay.
And then maybe the next week we'll do, and here's some of those. And the results are really good from those. So, some people write really simple answers.
Yeah.
Some people will write a book for you.
Nice.
On the back, and you get really good feedback. And like next week, I think we're going to do 3 things. I want 3 ideas from everybody at the end of the thing, into the meeting. What can we do to bring on more revenue? What can we do to save money? And what can we do to save time in a process that we're doing? And everybody's got to give me 3 ideas. And it's working.
I like that a lot.
It's working. But that meeting is 45 minutes, and at 40, I mean, we got a timekeeper.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll assign a timekeeper at the end. And I really like the Nazi timekeepers. You got to stay on. You've got 1 minute left. You can finish this report, and it keeps us moving. And then the guys are out the door. Everybody had breakfast, and it's really good.
I like that. I'm stealing some of it for sure.
For
us, it works on a monthly basis because So like I said, that final Friday, there is no production scheduled all day.
Yeah, I like the way you're doing that though. That all day thing, that's pretty good.
Yeah, and so we've got 2 guys that work in the fabrication shop that are also kind of just in charge of like building maintenance, right? So we went from 1,200 square foot to about 14,000 square foot. There's some maintenance needs done on this place, and it wasn't in great shape when we got it. So like there's some maintenance needs done here. So that final Friday, like I said, no fabricating is scheduled, no fence installation is scheduled, nothing. Like the only person that's still doing their job is Candace up front, answering phones, running the front office. Like no sales are scheduled, nothing. And everyone just pitches in, right? So Matt that runs the shop in the building says, all right, guys, I've got these 10 things I need to get done. I need this rack built. I need this done. I need this done. I need this done. And everyone just jumps in and does it all morning. And then, like I said, we have lunch, and then we have a big meeting, big meeting that afternoon. But all the production guys start at 8 a.m., right? Well, 7:30, but 7:30. So that they're there on everyone else's schedule too. So anyway, and then, like I said, that afternoon, that meeting, it is longer than 45 minutes. But we're also covering a month instead of a week. So it's all relative.
I'm going to copy you on that because I really want to take everybody go-kart racing, and I want to beat everybody at go-kart racing. So
I love that. We need to do more stuff. So we're doing in September, we're all going to a baseball game. So Sean always says you look for win-wins, right? This one supports a group I'm involved with is called Springfield Sertoma. Sertoma stands for Service to Mankind. Our chapter, well, most of the chapters, but ours especially, focuses on supporting children's causes, right? Big Brothers, Big Sisters, Boys and Girls Club, Diaper Bank of the Ozarks, anyway, on and on. So they were doing a fundraiser to sell tickets to a baseball game. Oh, perfect. I'll take 54. So my team, their families, kids, wives, girlfriends, whatever, buddies, we're going to the game. You plus one plus a family. We're all going to the Cardinals game. So it gets us out of the office, gets us hanging out. It also supports Springfield Sertoma. Win-win.
Yep. Omaha, Nebraska hot dogs will get sold there. So you support Omaha as well.
Yep. You bet. But yeah, so that's what we're after, right? But I like the idea of go-kart racing. We actually have one of the axe throwing places right down the street. Like literally it's a block away. I don't know if they're open that early, like during the day, but we'll certainly have to see. But that's the idea, right? We get the whole team together. Everyone looks each other in the eye, and they all talk about what's coming up. So, and the thing I really like, so fabrication is just sitting there taking it all in. Fabrication's hearing about what got sold. So, like, for example, in this big project, my dad says this got this gate and this gate. They're huge. We're going to figure out logistics on we got to hire semis to transport them over there and all that. Well, so now they know we got some big gates coming, right? We got to think about this. And, when my sister Sarah's talking about, we got so many residential projects that have so many feet of fence, so many gates. Okay. All of our gates are steel framed. So our fabrication shop builds them all. So now they're thinking in their mind, okay, well, we've got, 32 gates, plus we got these big gates coming. Okay. Like we need to work through. And then Candace in retail says, I've got this, I've got these projects. I sold these projects last month. I've got these projects out to bid. So we could potentially have, 42 panels. 13 of those panels we do a lot of custom kennels for like zoos, veterinary clinics, pet palaces, or I don't know what we call them, pet palaces here, or where like if you're going on a vacation, you drop your dog off at these places anyway. Yeah. So like everyone's hearing what everyone else is doing, but fabrication's kind of taking this all in. They're like, all right, I need these gates for him, these gates for her, these panels for her. Okay. And so Matt sitting there taking notes. All right, here's what I got coming down the pipeline.
Work cut out for him. Yeah.
But anyway, since we started doing that, now we're only 4 months into this, right? So this is something we started fairly recently. I think it's had a positive impact, and we're always evolving it too. Like no 2 meetings have been the same since we started this thing. But this last month is when we started reports from everybody. Excuse me. Reports. What did we do? What are we doing? What's coming down the pipeline? And feedback has been pretty positive. You know, when I chat with folks and say, "Hey, what do you think of the meeting? Was it too long? Was it too short? Did we miss something? Did we cover something for too long?" The feedback's been pretty positive. Everyone consistently has said, "I like knowing what's going on here."
Yeah, and it's another way of accountability too. You say, "Hey, man, I'm going to have to give a sales report this Friday, so I don't want to be the only guy to show up empty-handed."
That's right. And they start thinking about it through the month. They start keeping track of what's going on. So it works for a lot of reasons. One thing, so this month's edition is I'm going to go over our P&L. Here's our P&L for last month, or for this current, we're doing it the last Friday. So this is this month's P&L.
Yeah.
Let's go through it. Let's talk about, we had this much revenue and then we spent this much money, right? Because I think a lot of times people see the numbers that we're charging for fence, especially right now, and saying there's how much money coming in here, and how much of that am I getting, and so I think going through the P&L is good because we say, hey, we got our cost of goods. What are cost of goods? What's included in that? And what do we spend on materials? I think this will be an eye opener. We spent this much on materials this month. We spent this much on payroll. We spent this much all the places.
When you run your books clean, a lot of contractors have a bad habit of spending personal money out of the business.
Commingling funds is what the IRS will call that.
Yes. When you run your books clean, you can say, when you have somebody that questions something or you just want to show them, you can say, "Come into my office. I want to show you something." And you just pull the freaking books up and show it to them. And you go, "Look, here's where all the money was spent." And it's all legit. And
I mean, it is what it is. This is
there's no Corvette payments coming out. There's no none of these crazy things. And when people see that transparency, I think it nips it stops that.
Yeah. There's no second home in the Bahamas. Yeah. That's the example I always use is like, listen, like there's none of that stuff going on here.
Not yet,
well, right. Yeah. One day maybe. But anyway, but yeah, that's one thing I think we're going to add is the P&L, because I think it's a good idea to say, hey, here's the money coming in, here's the money going out. And by the way, we made profit. And profit isn't a dirty word.
You're getting really close to the next step, which is assigning a person who is accountable for each line item of the P&L.
Yep.
And if you can get, all right, this is your line, this is your, maybe truck maintenance cost is your line. And if you can get everybody to have, and I've not implemented that yet, but I'm really close to wanting to figure that out and give each person a line item.
I have heard that, and this might be you and I talking about it, or this might have been
it's the Rockefeller habit.
Okay.
It's what it is.
But I like that, assigning someone a line item
I've
on
got
the
a
budget
whole program that I'm working on. I'll pull it out here and read that to you, because I know this is something that's important to a lot of people.
Yeah.
So let's see, line item. Yeah. So here's some of the line items. Obviously, you got marketing, research and development, innovation, sales, operations, treasury, controller, information technology, human resources, talent development, and whatever else you've got. Material for you. This would be more for a different type business. But if you can write down all of your function, it's called a function accountability chart. If you can, it's name the person accountable for each function. Accountable does not necessarily mean in charge of. It just means accountable.
Okay.
And ask 4 questions at the bottom of the page whose names are listed in each function. And that question is more than one. Is there more than one person in the seat? If there's more than 2 people accountable, then nobody's. Or if there's more than one person accountable, then nobody's accountable.
I'd agree with that.
Is there a person who's sitting in more than one seat, which is usually not a good thing? Are there any empty seats? And would you enthusiastically rehire that person to do that job? But I'm going off
I
and
like
left
that
a
one.
little bit, but yeah. And so you can list the key performance indicators. And then if you nail your KPIs, what are your results and outcomes, either to the P&L or to the company? And then it makes it real easy to say, hey, here's your line item. And if you're doing those meetings, sharing the P&L with them, now instead of you being responsible for this whole sheet, you've got one person accountable for each line, and they can focus on it.
I like that.
Truck maintenance could be one.
Yeah.
Material purchases could be another one. And if you've got one person that's like, hey, these trucks, we're gonna spend a little more up front, and I think over the year our truck maintenance is gonna go down by 30%. If they hit that number, they hit the number, and they've done a great thing. And it's instead of it being like that thing in the back of your mind that you say, well, one day I'm going to do a better job on truck maintenance. No, that's John's job, and he's crushing it. And it's taken very little energy for him to do it because he doesn't have 50 irons. He's only got 3 irons in the fire. And so I'm really interested in that.
Caleb, you and I both know, and everyone out there that owns their own business knows, you wear multiple hats.
Mm-hmm.
Right. What I have found, and it's not like this is groundbreaking. Everyone I talk to goes, yeah, that makes sense. Every hat I take off and hand to someone, I become more productive and more efficient at the hats I still wear.
Mm-hmm.
That's logical, right? I have more time to devote to not fewer tasks, but fewer areas, right? And I become better at those areas.
You're more focused.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So what you're saying aligns with that. Right now, I'm in charge of the P&L. Like however many line items are on that thing, and there's several, I'm in charge of them, right? I like the idea of handing off those line items, responsibility for those line items, to a position that makes sense.
That's how big companies operate.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Department heads are responsible and held accountable for their department or line item on the P&L. So marketing, you have an executive vice president of marketing on a $50 billion company. Well, he's responsible for that, $300 million marketing budget. And for us, it may be a $30,000 or a $300,000 or a $3,000 ad budget. But if you've got somebody in control of that and responsible for it, it makes a difference. And I'm not doing it yet. I'm just knocking on the door of it. But it's something. I'm in the EO entrepreneur organization that Tim told me about.
Yeah.
And it's like all these guys in the room that have gone from 1 million to 100 million. I'm sitting there looking at them, and they're all saying the same things. And they're like, hey, we mastered the Rockefeller habits. We did the Vern Harnish, who's the guy that wrote the book. We're doing that stuff. And I'm going, maybe I need to read that book. And so I'm going through it diligently.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to add that. So right now I'm in charge, or I'm in the middle of a different book. Do this next, which is essentially it's boiling down like a pretty easy formula to figure out like what you should be focusing your time on, what you should be doing next.
Let's get that book, man. That sounds good.
So I'm about a quarter of the way through it, and it makes sense. It's the same guy. He wrote Profit First for Contractors. So he was on the pink.
Okay.
Michael something. Let me
Mike McCallowitz.
Yes, McCallowitz. Yes. Yep.
Yeah. Fix this next.
Yes, that is the one.
Okay.
Absolutely. So I'm about a quarter of the way through that. And hey, Caleb, you got me reading books, like physical books. I've been doing audio books for a while, but our last talk last month.
Crazy. That Scaling Up book, I've heard about that book forever. I read that book. I listened to that book 2 years ago, and I was like, well, that's okay. When I picked the book up and actually started following the steps and taking it in bite-sized pieces, now we're having strategy meetings. Now we're changing things. And now I'm getting feedback that says, hey, I really like the strategy meeting we're doing. Now I understand better what it is that we're selling and who our target audience and target customer is. And I'm going, oh, wow, I knew that all along to a degree, but I know it better now. And now everybody knows it. And so,
here's what I found about reading a book versus audio book is it allows me to stop and reread a sentence or reread a paragraph.
When you're reading it, listen to an audio book. If you're driving an hour, you've consumed an hour of reading.
Yeah.
And then you've on to the next thing. When you sit down and read for 20 or 30 minutes, you're going to chew on that right there, that lesson.
Yeah.
I've got a mentor that same thing, gives me bite-sized lessons. Give you a lesson and then just stops. And then we go on about our business. And then later on, I'll go, there's more. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then that's enough. You think about that I'll see you tomorrow, and it's a different way of learning, but it's a better way of learning, because nowadays everything we do, we drink from a fire hose.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And how many moles can you whack when there's 1,000 moles coming at you, So
you can't.
So it's prioritizing and executing is what we're supposed to be doing. Then, if we can slow it down and soak that stuff up slowly, then we're
the other thing I found about audiobooks is it's obviously only when I'm in the truck, right? Mm-hmm. And when I'm in the truck is when I'm thinking about all the stuff I need to do, all the stuff I haven't done, and so I'm trying to multitask and I'm zoning in and zoning it. Wait, what did he say? And I never rewind it.
Yeah.
They'll cover it later.
I'll catch myself rewinding it back 3-5 minutes.
Yeah.
Listen to it. And then I'll go, the part I wanted to hear, I missed again. And sometimes I go back 3 times and finally I'm like, I'm turning it off because I'm not into it. And I got to come back later.
Yeah. That for me, that's the benefit of a physical book is I can go back and reread a sentence or a paragraph and really digest that.
Yeah.
So you got me reading books and I appreciate that.
Congratulations.
I'm actually reading a book.
I'm going to have to make a pretty hard stop here in a few minutes.
You got it.
But we do need to talk more about next week.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's use the rest of our time talking about the training event because I think it's very important.
Let's do it, man. Let's just cordially invite everybody out to Chesterfield Fence. And we got to give a big shout out for those guys, Fence and Supply Company, that's taking time out of their day for their people to put on and host this event. So
absolutely
very excited, and you're going to learn a lot. Here's what I know that's going to happen so far. I know we're going to build about 200 feet of privacy fence with driven postmaster post.
Okay.
And we're going to stain that fence with Stain and So Expert stains. And everybody's going to get a hand at that. I know that there's a crossbuck fence that may be 200 feet or something like that. We're going to restore it. It's old and ugly. We're going to make it new again. And if the weather cooperates, we'll stain it. Okay. I've heard that there could be a deck that we clean and stain.
Okay.
Possibly.
That's interesting.
And I also know that we've got a bunch of old fence panels. And we're going to show you how different cleaning chemicals work. So for each one, so you kind of understand the tools in your toolbox and where to use what.
I like that.
To help a lot of guys. I don't know if Sean's going to build a vinyl fence or not. He probably is. He generally does. But obviously, Sean King's going to talk to you a lot about business. I'm going to talk to you guys, to everybody who attends, about the staining business and how to go from basically not knowing anything to being very confident in bidding and installing stains and sealers. You're going to talk about videos and how to what you need to be doing to get your face out there in front of your audience.
Yeah, video marketing, branding, those two things are the same. Because here's the thing is when you look at the stain and seal industry and a lot of other industries as well, stain and sealing, there's 4 or 5 guys that are pretty active on social media and producing videos. Yeah. Kenny Dugan comes to mind, outside of, Kenny Dugan comes to mind as far as guys that are creating video content that sort of thing. Walt Dennis is really active on social media.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, so there's only a handful. There should be hundreds of cleaners, stainers, whatever on social media.
Cleaning service. If you're a plumber, I mean, imagine
Right.
if you were a plumber who cleaned drains out, like literally went and got stuff out of people's sinks. Can you imagine the videos people would watch? Look what I just pulled out of this drain. You should not put 500. You shouldn't pour a whole pot of spaghetti down the sink. It's not going to go well for you. And just do stuff like that. People will watch it, and people will know who you are.
Yeah. So I watch a channel based out of Australia, either Australia or New Zealand. I believe it's Australia, that does that. He's a jet cleaner. And so it's literally him sending this jet nozzle down clogged drains and then unclogging them and then seeing what happens.
Let me give you a perfect example. We're both into aviation.
Yeah.
There's an airplane brand. They make experimental aircraft like bush planes. So you can just drop it right in on a riverbank and then go right up in the air. Avid Flyer is the name of this plane.
Okay.
They started out back in the 80s in the partners or whatever split ways. And they made basically the same airplane. But the other partner went and started a brand called KitFox.
Okay.
Pretty much the same airplane.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's differences. One guy a lot of people say the Avid Flyer is the better plane. I don't know. I've not been in either one of them.
Sure.
KitFox, look up KitFox on YouTube and see what they're doing on YouTube versus, and then go search Avid Flyer on YouTube.
All right.
Point of the thing is they're the same airplane. One of them's 20 grand on the used market. One of them's 120 grand on the used market.
Dang.
It's made popularity because obviously these guys that build experimental aircraft can only build so many, because usually it's a guy working out of a small shop and they build these custom airplanes. And so you got one guy who's building the plane for 20 grand and one guy who's building the plane for 120 grand, and it's an identical airplane. And the KitFox, man, it's all over YouTube. They're putting money into influencers and they're just really doing it up. And man, I tell you what, I want me a KitFox airplane.
What's the other brand, Caleb?
Avid, AVID Flyer.
Avid Flyer. There we go. Well, so Avid Flyer doesn't have a YouTube channel.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's a few things on there. You look at KitFox, and man, there's one guy's a big influencer, but there's a lot of them on there, and it's just, man, KitFox has made a name for itself.
Well, yeah. So Trent Palmer's got a video. This KitFox is a beast. It's got 1.2 million views.
Yeah, there you go. They owe him an airplane.
That is nuts.
Yeah,
that is so crazy. And so this is a beautiful illustration. That was a great example of what happens when you invest, not just money. It doesn't have to be money. It can be time. Mm-hmm. When you invest in creating video content, right? And here's the thing, guys. Not everyone, a lot of folks I talk to say, well, I can't afford the camera and the lights and the audio. Hey, no problem. Guess what? When I started our Ozark Fences YouTube channel, it was with a cell phone and a backdrop in my living room. So, like, you can start there, right? My Ask a Fence Guy Fridays was literally my phone on whatever job site I happened to be at that day, right? Like, hey, guys, it's Ask a Fence Guy Friday. I'm out here. I did one where we were staying in a fence out at the fairgrounds. I did one where I'm just all sorts of everywhere, just where I happened to be that day. And every Friday from noon to 1, I did Ask a Fence Guy. And I just talked about whatever I happened to be at that day and then answered some questions. Like, all right, guys, well, it's been an hour. Joe with Ozark Fence. Appreciate it. I'll see you guys next week.
Yep.
It's John Bowdy, Stony Creek Fence, does project walkthroughs as his lives. Hey, guys, here's what I'm looking for. Here's the fence we built. Here's what I'm looking for in a walkthrough. Why don't you guys walk around with me, see if I miss anything? What do you think?
Yeah.
I mean, everyone puts their own spin on it. But the thing is, they're putting it out there, right? So John Bowdy doing this project walkthrough, well, guess what? if I'm interested in a fence, now I know a couple things. One, John himself is doing project walkthroughs. The owner is walking through these projects. And two, I know what he's looking for.
Mm-hmm.
He's looking for leftover dirt and rocks. He's looking for I know the laundry list of things that John wants to see on this fence project. So, and what do I know about these other guys that build fence? I don't know. Like, I can read some reviews. I can check their better business profile. But anyway, a little bit long-winded, but that's what we're going to get into when I talk about video marketing next week.
Yeah, that's it. And there's going to be a whole lot more. Obviously, we got My Salesman going to show us how to use some pre-qualification software. Matt Warner, Empire Fence, big company, had huge growth. Going to talk to us about culture. You got, what's his name? Sam, the web guy.
Yes, Sam Nastello.
Good. That's going to be good. And here's the wild card at our events. There's going to be 10 guys in the room who've been doing this for 20 years, and they're just going to step out of the crowd and they're going to say, hey, over at my business, we do this. Over here, we've done this before. And that's the magic of these events. So be there, be square. It's going to be a fun time.
And here's the thing is you'll see the other presenters also in the crowd taking notes.
Yeah.
I noticed that at your last event. I was like, that's when you know that you've got good speakers, right? When the other guys that are there are taking notes, because it is just as important to them as it is to everyone else. And I say that because a lot of times when you go, so I had an experience is in San Diego, is at a social media marketing convention anyway. So I sat through this guy's presentation. This is like halfway through. It's like a 3-day thing. This is day 2 or something. And so afterwards I had a few questions. So I waited outside the meeting room. And as he came through, I was like, hey, got a couple questions. He's like, oh, well, I would love to help you. Here's a card. It's got my email address. I'm actually on my way to the airport to catch a plane. Like, so you're not sticking around. I didn't ask you. I was like, oh, okay, thanks. I'll email you my questions. And I never did, I'm sure, but he was skating out of there he was there to just drop some information, and then he was out. Like with yours, I am there to learn just as much as I am there to teach.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's a notable difference. I really do.
For sure.
And then
if you're a new fence company and you want to go see how a bigger fence company operates their scheduling, their phone answering, their rain days, their shop, their material staging, all of those things, you're going to be at a place where they're doing that. And so that's a good thing. If you're a guy down the road, come check out what they're doing and take something home with you. Yeah.
Well, and one thing too about Sean is he demonstrates, his tools. He's going to be building this fence using his tools. That was important for me at your event in Nashville, was that I got to actually see him use the thing. I mean, I've watched him use them on video. Like he does a tremendous job at putting out videos.
Yep.
But there's a difference between watching it on a video and then seeing it, putting your hands on it, and watching a live demonstration and being able to say, okay, whoa, wait a minute. I got a question on this. Like, how does this thing work? Or, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I think that's huge. I really do.
Like the post driver with the offset head. Mm-hmm. It looks cool in video, but when you use it, you smile.
Yeah. Well, it clicks, right? You go, uh-huh. Okay, I get it now. At least for me, that's how it was.
Or standing on a 5-gallon bucket with a 2x4 on top of the fence post.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, I mean, that's it. And then that's all the structured, education. I firmly believe that something like half of what you take away comes from the event, regardless of which event it is. And then half comes from just talking with people that are there, right? Just making new acquaintances, mm-hmm. Right? Hey, you do this, I do that. We should chat about this. Or, hey, I heard you ask a question. I also have that problem. Like, can we connect so that if I find a solution, I tell you, if you find a solution, you tell me, that sort of thing. Or just asking more detailed follow-up questions to the presenters. Like that happens quite a lot. I mean, in mine, so I'll talk for 15, 20 minutes, and then I like to leave a half hour open for question and answer.
Yeah.
Because I think that's where a lot of the value is. I mean, I can tell you what I think you need to know, but you know what you need to know.
Here's another thing that you don't get. A lot of times being a business owner, you're on an island.
Yeah.
And you can't, there's certain things that you can't talk about in the office. But when you get in a room of other business owners, you go, hey man, how do you deal with this dynamic? Or how do you get more time with your family and your wife while you're trying to grow this business? And you're going to find out things like that as well. So,
well, and here's the thing too, Caleb, is sometimes you feel like you're on an island, but then you realize you're like, hey, my business is different because I deal with this, and this.
Man, it's the same. And
then someone else is like, oh, yeah, no, I do that.
Sound familiar? Yeah.
Uh-huh. And here's the example I use is I could go to Fence Tech, right? A huge fencing convention, stand in the middle of this thing, go, you know what? Everyone else here has it so good because I got to dig in rocks. And then you will have 500 people come up and tell you how you're wrong.
Yeah.
Because you know what? You haven't dug a hole if you haven't dug a hole in sand, because sand is da-da-da-da-da. Oh, yeah, you think you've got it rough? I've got loose soil everywhere. My post won't stand up. And you should be grateful you've got rock. You think you have a unique problem, but you find out it's not so unique, right? Everyone has the same versions of that problem, right? And so I think that's huge. I really do.
Yeah. So it's going to be a good time. Come see us. Yeah. August 19th and 20th. Am I right? 20th and 21st, Friday and Saturday. So it's a 2-day event. It's going to be fun. It's going to be food trucks. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm sure we'll all go out at night, have a great time.
Yeah.
It's not right downtown Richmond, so we're not going to be fighting a ton of traffic. We're not going to be dealing with a bunch of restrictions. We're going to be sort of off the beaten path where we can do our own thing and not be bothered. And
I like that.
I'd love for everybody to come out and check it out. But if you can't make this one, we're going to do one in Springfield, Missouri. Joe, what's the date? Have you got them figured out yet?
I am going to send you 2 sets of dates.
Okay.
So the venue sent me a couple dates that work best for them. They're both in October. Okay. So we're talking about Thursday, Friday event in October. So the great thing about this venue is everything's on site, meaning if you want, if you're local, drive in, obviously, but if you fly in, this venue has a shuttle. It's a hotel. They have a shuttle. You can stay on site. They have on-site dining. They also have other dining that's walkable. They have a ton of fence. So we're going to stay in a bunch of fence. They also have, in the evenings, they also have entertainment that's pretty close. So literally, like, once you get there, you're there. Now, you can go off-site if you want to and all that, but you don't have to. You know what I mean? So, we're going to talk about fence standing. We're going to talk about marketing. We're going to talk about business. We're going to talk about everything. So, it's like I said, I'm going to send Caleb the dates in October, see what works better for him and his team. It's going to, like I said, October, Springfield, Missouri. We're going to be doing it.
We'll have a blast, man.
Awesome. I'm pretty stoked about it.
Say hi to these guys from the UK.
Yeah. I was Project Metal Music. Greetings from the UK. Holy cow! What time is it? It is 12:18 here, so that means it's 6:18 at your time in the evening. I appreciate you taking time and watching this.
Are they on daylight savings?
Unclear, unknown.
Yeah, it might be 5 there.
Well,
aviation.
I'm trying to think.
Aviation.
I know. So D&J Projects, when I was chatting with them, they're like 6 hours, but I'm trying to remember what time is it in UK. 6:19.
Okay. So Zulu, we're 5 hours ahead of Zulu right now.
Yeah.
And then when time changes, we'll be 6. So.
6.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they are GMT +1. But again, that's different than Zulu. But
okay, so yeah, so their GMT is 6 hours ahead. So they're GMT +1. Okay.
Yep. So anyway, all that being said, guys, I appreciate you taking time out of your evening to check us out. Oh, Kasurk says it's 6:19 there.
Chris knows.
And then Project Metal says, no, it's 6:20. So
yeah,
either 6:19 or 6:20. It's actually, 6:20 right.
I like details.
But yeah, so I appreciate you guys taking that. I appreciate everyone. Don't get me wrong. Here's the thing, guys. So this is a beautiful example of why video is important, right? So we've got guys from the UK. We got guys from Philly. Let's scroll and see.
Texas.
Pennsylvania.
Will Hirshorn's from Texas. Where's
obviously you're in Nashville. We got Boulder, Colorado. I mean, New Jersey. It's the thing. Video can reach so far. What's mind-boggling to me, I still have a hard time wrapping my brain around. When I started this channel, I really started it to talk to other guys here in the States, right? Like that's what my mind saw this doing.
Mm-hmm.
But, anyone with an internet connection watches this, right? We've got folks, obviously, from the UK. We have a significant following in the UK, largely in part to D&J. Like those guys have an incredible channel. So Project Metal, if you don't follow D&J projects, you absolutely should. And they're a great channel in the UK. But also we get feedback from guys Australia, New Zealand. We had a guy from India comment last week, and then we've got guys in South America, guys in Mexico, a decent following in Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
So video can connect you with people that you never thought it could. Right, that seemed outlandish, but it's, this is obviously not a sales platform. Like I don't sell stuff to you guys, the viewers, right? We get on here and we talk about business and fencing and staining and that sort of stuff. But for a sales channel, like for a business trying to find clients, it's absolutely phenomenal because they can get to know you. I've got YouTube channels that I watch. I feel like I have a personal connection with these people because I've watched them for years and I've watched their trials and tribulations and that sort of thing. Never met them before in my life, but if I ever met them in person, I would think like we've been best friends forever.
Yeah. Usually they're very, very the same as they are online. Usually.
That's right. Well, right. Those are the people that are the most successful on whether it's YouTube or Facebook or wherever, is the people that are authentic.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And we're getting a little bit into my talk here, but that's okay. But authenticity is paramount to success because especially when we're talking about going and finding clients using this platform or using Facebook or wherever, is that when you knock on the door, you absolutely have to be the same person that they connected with online.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be. And here's the story I'll tell. And I'll tell this again in the training, but what solidified this for me is one day, this is before Sarah came on with us. I was doing residential sales. I went and knocked on this lady's door and she answers the door and she says, well, you're the guy from Facebook. You're the guy I watched talk about fence. I said, well, yeah. Like, here's the thing. I am way too tight to pay somebody to do that. And if I did pay somebody to do that, they wouldn't look like me. And we had a good laugh about it, right? And it's the same kind of humor that I used on the videos, right? So we connected. And we went in the backyard and I measured it. And I said, Miss Customer, we do things a little bit differently than some of the others. This was 5 or 6 years ago when everyone was still using wood post. We had switched to Postmaster steel. And so I says, we do things a little bit differently. We've moved away from wood posts. And we use steel post, these Postmaster Plus posts exclusively. And she goes, oh, that's right. Use the metal post because they have higher, like they can stand higher winds. She repeated back to me. She parroted back to me my entire Postmaster video.
Mm-hmm.
So now all of a sudden, I didn't have to explain who we were and why she should choose us. She watched that video. And then I didn't have to explain to her the product I was offering because she also watched that video. So now my job was to give her a price and then see if it met her budget. I saved 20 minutes, from my pitch. on who Ozark Fence was, we're family owned and all that. She already watched that video.
Yeah.
And she connected with me. So no shock. We built the fence. She didn't call anyone else. Couldn't find out she didn't call anyone else.
Yeah.
Because when she looked online, they weren't there. So she felt comfortable with us and me and my family, and we built her fence. So that is the day that solidified for me why this is so important.
Yeah.
She made her purchasing decision solely on her time, using her resources. And literally my job was to show up and just, dot the I's and cross the T's.
Stand there and look pretty, Joe. Your work was done.
Well, 50% is not bad on that deal. There's a lot of baseball teams right now that want to be 500. Roger watches because of authenticity. I mean, people, this is absolutely real. And it comes through the camera, and I can't explain how, right? Like I'm a fence guy. I'm not a psychologist. I don't know how that part of it works, but I know for a fact when I'm watching YouTube, I can tell you which channels are real and which channels are just produced. You know that. Well, so take, for example, reality TV, right? My wife consumes all of it. It is on her TV at all times, whether it's Love Island or whatever else. For a fact when you sit down, that is not reality.
Yeah.
Right? Like there is no part of this. This is all scripted to some level, right? This is all staged. It's not real. But there used to be reality shows. Like when we, when we were kids, there was reality shows and it was real. It was, it wasn't scripted, and the difference between the two. So that's the thing. Authenticity is absolutely massive. You have to be the same person. You have to be the same person in person as you are online. And if you are, then you typically do well. Like I said, the channels that you see succeed are the ones that are authentic, where you look at them, you're like, that's the same person that I'm going to meet.
Yeah.
So anyway, we went down a little bit of a rabbit hole there. Excuse me. But yeah. Do you have a few more minutes, Caleb, or is it a hard out?
How much longer are you thinking?
Let me see.
12,
so I want to review this week's video because he brings up stain in it. But let me see.
Tell you what, Joe, can we do something? Can you give me a short bathroom break? Let me fill up my coffee.
Yep.
And I'll come back and see it. If you got a new video, I'd love to see it.
Yep. I'll take you down real quick. All right, everybody. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to set up for this week's review video. That way you guys get a sneak peek on what's coming up here. And well, actually that time's not right. It's coming up here in an hour. So those of you that follow the channel pretty consistently, no, we did a reaction video with what is their channel? Renovision DIY or DIY Renovision, which home renovation DIY, which kind of led to a little bit of controversy. So he filed a DMCA takedown notice saying it violated copyright, which so the way reaction videos work is there is a caveat in the DMCA. There's a protection for review style videos. So now I couldn't play his entire video in its entirety and claim it as my own, right? So, but I make it pretty clear from the get-go that this is a reaction video, and I pause it throughout and I give my feedback. Typically, I try to be positive. Sometimes that's not an option. Yeah, so we did a video of his. He filed a DMCA takedown notice. I tried to reach out to him directly, and no response. And then we filed a counter notice, DMCA counter notice or counterclaim. YouTube then notified him. He had 14 days to file like an actual lawsuit, which he didn't because it fell within the fair use guidelines or protection in the DMCA. So then it got added back. So here, a little bit of drama with the first one. So we figured, heck, why not do another one, right? So, excuse me, still got a hacking cough. So we did. So this week's reaction video is me reacting to a horizontal fence he built. it's not, I try to put a positive spin on it, but it's not as positive as I would have liked it to be. There's just a lot of problems with it. I don't know if it's going to spoil it, but we'll say it. He glued part of this fence together, or he used adhesive. Glue is probably the wrong word. I apologize. He used adhesive, which to a fence guy is like nails on a chalkboard. Like, why would you use adhesive, right? So let me get this set up real quick. Let me say hi to you guys real quick. We were just talking about you. So Texas says hello. Everybody's in Texas, except for those of us that aren't, I suppose. Yeah, check out D&J Projects, guys. I mean, they do fencing, they do decks, they do all sorts of outdoor projects. They also sell retail. It's interesting. It's a dad and son that are running this and doing the videos. I love their content. Like I said, I don't get, obviously not sponsored or paid by them, but D&J Projects, I like them a lot. We talked about that, about authenticity. I appreciate it. Love your videos. I'm going to give your name a shot, and I'm going to apologize ahead of time because I'm probably not going to get it right. But I'm going to say Tyrone. Probably butchered it. And if I did, I apologize. But thanks for watching. I really appreciate it. We put a lot of effort into the videos, a lot of time, there's some money involved here, right? So I appreciate the positive feedback. I really do. All right. So let's get this screen share going. Share screen. We are going to share a Chrome tab. Well, let's see. Guys, keep in mind, I'm a fence guy that's trying to figure out technology, so keep that in mind. All right, here we go. Chrome tab. Apparently, I closed it. Try to open it up again. All right. Looks like Caleb's back. Bring him back up. Welcome back, Caleb.
I'm glad to be here.
You didn't miss much. You missed me trying to do technology, and that's...
I saw that, yeah.
Whoop. All right. So we're going to add this to the stream. There we go. All right. So, all right. Caleb, you ready?
Let's do it, man.
Get with it. Oh, hey, this reminds me. Do you have any of these hats?
Oh, we'll talk off air, Joe.
Okay. This hat has grown legs, and I will hunt it down, but it's current. That's why I'm just wearing this plain orange hat. Usually on this, I like wearing my stain and seal hat, but okay. Here we go. Welcome back, everybody. Joe Everest, the fence expert. We've got another video to review. Now, before we get started, a few months ago, we did a review video of one of Home Revision DIY's videos that was subsequently taken down. If you'd like more information on what happened with that video, we'll link that in the corner above. But after we posted that video, Jeff reached out with an email basically explaining that he had misunderstood how fair use applies to YouTube videos. He apologized. It was a big mistake, and we're moving on. With all that being said, we've got a new video of Jeff's most recent fence installation. Check it out. This is Joe Everest, the fence expert. My family's been perfecting their way of building fence for over 60 years, 3 generations. While there's more than one way to build a fence, I'm here to share with you our way. We need a new intro. All right, guys. So today's video from Home Revision DIY is how to build a cedar fence. If you'd like to watch the original video, we'll link it in the description below. Here we go.
Hey guys, Jeff from Home Renovation. Today's video, we're going to show you how to build this gorgeous horizontal fence, select cedar, stained and finished with oil. It only took a few hours and it looks phenomenal, and it gives you privacy, it gives you protection from the wind, and it really frames in what's going on behind that fence, which is our awesome patio project. Come and join.
So that's where I knew we were going wrong, when it only took a couple hours.
On this one. All right, so the secret to making a horizontal fence is how to keep it simple, so that you can install it really quick and get a great look. What we did is we set these posts using the what the hell was it called? Fix? I don't know. You can watch the video on it, how to put a fence post in. It's a great expansion foam product, but we got to get this project finished because I'm selling the house soon. I don't have a choice. Winter's coming. So we're going to start real quick and dirty here. We're going to get our 1x6. We're using clear cedar. We've got cedar posts. These have been here anchored for a week. We're good to go.
You went for the expense of clear cedar on the usually we'd call those pickets, but the horizontal rails here. So clear cedar there, but the posts obviously are not clear cedar. They've got quite a few knots there at the edge of the post. Interested to see clear cedar. So it'll look nice from the outside. From the inside, you'll still see the knots on the post. So I probably would have gone either way. If we're going to clear cedar on the pickets or horizontal rails, I probably would have gone clear cedar on the post. Now, finding clear cedar 4x4 by 8 or 9, however long the posts you used are, but finding 4x4 clear cedar post, next to impossible. So I understand why he used them. I mean, when you can find them, they're incredibly expensive. But I don't know. It's a little bit of a mixed match fence.
Everything's nice and level. Make sure everything's plumb and level before you get started. We got the board lined up. Matt's going to mark the outside corner because we're going to do a miter joint on the outside so that when guests pull up, all they see is gorgeous perfection. All right? Give it a mark, and off we go to the races. Okay. Now, the goal here is basically to install that same board 1,000 times when we're finished. We're going to do most of this on time lapse for you, and then we'll talk about the nuances and the details. But first, we're going to get the first board in and show you our system, because once you see this, you're going to be like, oh, I've got to do that at my house. All right. Step one is you take your cut, you miter it, you bring both pieces with you, because you can use the offcut to make sure that your corner is really nice and perfect. And just wiggle the board a hair towards the corner, raise it off the wood. It's really nice if you've had time to let this stuff climatize. So Matt, we're going to cheat and we're going to go 16th over because it's going to.
So he does this a lot where like he'll make inside jokes with someone, or he'll just make a joke that doesn't make sense and then laugh at his own joke and then move on. You know what I mean? Like he makes a valid point about making, see if your material is climatized. Like that's a solid point. But then he like doesn't explain. He just laughs.
So
I guess it was a joke.
Who are we watching here? Who is this guy and where are they?
So he's out of Canada. His name's Jeff, Home Renovation DIY. He's the one I had explained a little bit while you're gone. He was the one that we put up a video a few months back now, doing a review video just like this. He got a little out of joint about it, filed a DMCA takedown notice that is a copyright violation, which he just doesn't understand fair use. And so he did send me an email after all of this was like a month after. So this must have been probably 3 or 4 months ago, a month after this was done, saying, hey, sorry for all this confusion. I didn't really understand what fair use was and how it applied, like massive misunderstanding. Mm-hmm. Now, whether that was authentic or not, who knows? Anyway, so yeah, but when you watch his channel, it's a lot of content like this where like he'll just make random jokes, laugh at it, and then not explain it at all. Like there are a lot of inside jokes, and it kind of leaves you like, huh. But then, so during our research, we had to file a counter DMCA takedown or counter notification. During that research gathering, come to find out, so I forget where he's out of in Canada. But there are quite a few lawsuits following him around just about general workmanship so this is a house he's building to sell, and he does this. This is like one of the things he does. But there are several lawsuits surrounding or following him around from previous work he'd done.
Shrink just a touch. Okay. Now I need you to lift it up a hair.
So I understand the first rail you could put a 16th over, but being that they're a mitered corner, so does that would have to throw the other side of that 90-degree corner off, right? So if one's going past, I mean, both corners can't go past that corner. We'll see.
And I'm just using the level.
So me watching me is kind of weird. I think so. We did this the Tuesday before I left, like a month ago. I think I was probably sick in this video, like just watching me, like super low energy. Anyway, just an observation.
Here, folks. A bit. Man, it's amazing how many little bits it is to move that. All right, now we're perfect. I'm gonna go like this, and I'm gonna go like this, and I'm gonna mark the other end.
He uses a lot of like faux energy too.
And here's why. You can let that fall open now. Fall open. Okay. Because we're installing this fence with PL Premium. I don't know if you saw that coming.
I did not see that coming. I don't know anyone that builds fence with adhesives.
This PL Premium.
So this is also
It's
my
fabulous
first time
outdoors
watching the edited version
for
of this.
connecting wood to wood, or brick to brick, or wood to brick. The stuff just works year round. It's a polyurethane adhesive, okay? So the goal here is to put this on the 4x4 post.
Caleb, have you ever seen a fence glued up with polyurethane adhesives?
Here's what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, it becomes a little bit more clear here in a little bit what he's doing
Press our wood into
or why he's doing.
Well, I'm actually gonna mark this stuff here. Okay, now on camera, I'm just putting a dab mostly in the middle, and just a dab will do.
And see, if I was doing this, why wouldn't you just run it up the post? Because then you know it's centered on the post. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
And there we go. And here's why we made the pencil marks, because now we're going to lift this up into place onto those pencil marks. You're going to use that wood at the end, make sure we got a bit overhang. Yep. And then we're just going to use just enough. We're going to just use galvanized brad nails to sink this on. The goal here is for the nails to hold the wood in place until the adhesive takes effect. That's it. Nice and simple.
So adhesive and brad nails. It's yeah.
And how's your?
So I understand he's trying to sell the house, so he doesn't need the fence to last that long. But if you're putting all this money into building a fence to then just use adhesive and brad nails to affix it, not a long-term solution. This is somewhere where he and I would differ on installation, which is, I guess, is confusing. So he's using fence pickets as his horizontals. So because in the last video, he really promoted that camo system in the horizontal fence he built. I mean, he went above and beyond telling people how great the camo system was to use. So now to see him use adhesive and a brad nail is a little confusing.
Overhang.
Good.
Are you happy with that?
Yeah.
All right. I know it almost seems offensive. We're going to just go one nail, an inch from the top, an inch from the bottom. And that's it. The rest of this entire fence is exactly that process. As long as we make our miter joints perfect of the outside and we use brad nails, the simple effect of the weather outside is going to shrink up those holes and they'll disappear. And everyone will be trying to figure out how you attach your fence. At the end of the day, it's because you understand the value of this product right here. PL Premium. Gotta love it.
So I think I understand a little bit more on why. What's that, Caleb?
You're probably about to touch it. It sounds to me like a product endorsement.
Yeah. Yep. And why he's going this route. So it's just like the camo system. I'd say whatever this PL Premium is, this seems like a product placement, right? Which is confusing. So typically when you're uploading YouTube videos, they ask you, is this a product placement video? You're supposed to click that it is. It's actually one of the key terms of service for YouTube videos is that you have to be transparent when you're creating a video, for a company, a product placement. It's one of the questions I had last video of his was, like I said, he went above and beyond trying to convince people that the camo tool is the one to use. So I guess it makes a little bit more sense when he's telling people adhesive is the way to go. This is quite obviously a product placement for whatever this PL Premium is.
So when you're doing a horizontal fence like this, part of the secret is to have enough vertical supports that your boards aren't warping. In order to achieve that, you can add extra 2x4s in between your 4x4 posts that aren't structural to holding up the fence, but serve a function when it keeps the boards from warping. And you can put them in every 2 feet or every 4 feet or whatever you think is necessary. I'm going with a 4-foot gap. I'm comfortable with it. And the gap between my boards is going to be somewhere around 1/8 of an inch.
That's pretty common. 8 foot on center for your fence posts, which half of that distance for your support. So every 4 foot would be pretty typical when we're building a horizontal fence for the vertical supports.
I'm looking for a lot of privacy and a lot of wind control here because of the fire table and because our weather is so crappy out here in the country with all this wind. So this is going to be more of a windbreaker than anything else and not much for privacy. But you've got options. You can go with different varieties in the boards. You can go thinner at the top, have a little fun with the design. As long as you stick to outside miters, gluing the boards on with those galvanized brad nails, you're going to be just fine. The other thing to consider is when you get near the top, you're going to want to cut all of the posts at the same height so that you can install post caps. Every 4x4 or 6x6 that you use is going to need a post cap or it's going to split and it's going to cause you issues with your structure. So using post caps is important. We use Atlanta post.
I've never heard of post caps preventing post splitting. I know the typical argument for post caps is it prevents rotting. You know, it keeps water from pooling on top of the post. Just from up in Canada, so it might make sense though that water gets in the top of the post, standing water soaks into the top of the post and then freezes and then splits the post. Yeah, that's kind of a new concept. New to me, I suppose, being in the middle of the United States. We don't get a lot of frost, a lot of freezing, so maybe that's more of a thing up north.
Caps because they have awesome products that are made in the United States, and you can go check out the video description to go and see that. They've got solar caps for all the different sizes.
Have you heard of them, Caleb? Atlanta Post Caps?
No.
They sent us towards the beginning of the channel. When the channel started really growing, they sent us a box of post caps with a letter just randomly, like a FedEx showed up with a box. And the letter said, "Hey, here's some post caps. We'd love if you use these in a video, and we'd be happy to talk about compensation for using them in your videos." Like, we don't use post caps anyway, so that's a pass. But then he said, I was like, "Oh, wait a minute." I had to go back and look. I was like, "Is that who sent me the deal and offered to pay for a video?" Interesting. I think I bring that up here in a little bit.
4x4, 6x6, 8x8, 12x12. That's right. Even if you got a stone post, they can have a cap for you. And they've also got some other boring stuff there as well, just for simplicity. Now, one more consideration you might want to take into effect. If you're buying your cedar and it's in a warehouse that has...
So he said that was clear cedar earlier in the video.
That a minute ago, man. I'm like, what in the world? That look at that clear cedar.
Yeah, that is not clear. That is, I mean, it doesn't look bad, right? But clear cedar is no knots. Like it is exactly what it sounds like. It is clear.
It must have maybe it has a clear face on one side.
Yeah, but that'd be
that's still a weird situation.
I forget what that term is. It's there's a term for that if it's clear on one side but not on the other.
Presentation side.
Yeah, anyway.
As outdoor climate, okay, or it's fresh cut. Take into consideration where it's sitting. If it's in a nice dry environment, it's not going to shrink anymore. But if you're buying it from a store where it's inside, then it will shrink after purchase. Or if it's fresh cut, it's going to shrink after you buy it and install it. So if you think your wood is wet, and you can tell sometimes just by driving a screw into it and see if the moisture discoloration effect happens, you're going to love that. If it's wet, then just install it tight and it'll have its own gap. If you're buying dry, like in the fall, and it's in a warehouse and the relative humidity is low, then it's not going to shrink anymore. So you got to really be careful with this. If it's not going to shrink, consider using tiles.
See, and I don't know if I agree with this. So typically, I don't care what warehouse you find it in. Typically, boards are going to shrink unless they're kiln dried. Now, if they're kiln dried, typically they're done. It's taking out the moisture, but
I think in Canada, where they have such good cedar up there, that there's a lot of small hardware and lumber stores that have a selection of cedar. Like 84 Lumbers down here in the South will have a selection of Western red cedar, and it's been in the warehouse for a long time. I think that's
pretty dried out.
Yeah, if you're buying it in a bundle off a yard, it's been there for a week, stuff's going to shrink.
Yeah, that's been pretty much my experience, is that pretty much any lumber that comes in that isn't well, and so that's probably just my experience too, is that we just bring it in direct, so it hasn't had a chance to sit in a warehouse, I guess.
Yeah.
But the kiln dried stuff,
84 lumber, it'll be good.
Yeah, if the kiln dried stuff we brought in for a little bit, it was actually pretty good about not shrinking. Anyway.
Yeah.
Spacers. Yeah, you can get 1/8 or 3/16 or 1/4 inch, and you just need a handful of them, because every time you set a board in the nails, you can take the spacer out and reuse it. That's probably what we're going to end up doing, because I'm pretty sure this time of year our cedar is completely dry from the warehouse. Matt's going to take off for lunch now, and I'm going to build the rest of this fence on my own. So I'm just going to plow through this and get it done.
He says that, but in the video, like, you can clearly see this Matt guy back there working. But whatever.
I'm back when it's time to put the finishing touches on to show you about these lights and other considerations.
It looks like, at least, you know, during the period of the time lapse here, that Matt was with him the whole time. I'm not sure if he actually built the thing himself. Probably splitting hairs.
To help dress it up and make it look absolutely beautiful.
Look how high he left those posts too. Those posts are left a little bit taller than, even if we were using a post cap. Typically, you want the post caps to be, you know, the base of the cap to be flush with the top of the picket. If we're using a decorative cap, we typically cut the post about 1/8 of an inch above that top runner, the top picket in this case, so that you can still see the cap. It's decorative. You want to show them off, but that they're not just kind of sitting up on top of a post that's significantly higher than the fence. Might look a little
2 inches in Tennessee.
This is the product.
Well, and I probably should have said that. It probably varies regionally.
Yeah,
that thing is like 6 inches or something.
Yeah.
But I have a feeling he did it for a better video presentation of the post caps, so that, you know, he'll talk about it here in a little bit. But this is why I wanted you to be a part of this. Is so he's getting ready. It's an oil stain, is what he said. He's getting ready to stain the fence.
The rest of my life. Now, there are other high quality oil finishes, but I love the clear satin. This stuff applies like a dream, gives a great natural look to the product, and it should preserve it in its natural state like this for you.
I agree on the oil-based stain. Well, actually, his isn't a stain; it's just a sealant. I understand why we're using a clear in this. I mean, he paid a significant amount of money for clear cedar, so you want to show off the grade of the lumber. The unfortunate downside to clear is it won't last as long. You can think of stain and sealant product similar to sunscreen. So the thicker sunscreen you have, the longer it takes for you to burn. Same thing with the fence pickets. The thicker the stain, the darker the stain, the longer it lasts, the longer it prevents UV damage. Whether we're talking about boards turning gray or we're talking about skin getting sunburnt, both are a result of UV damage. So a clear sealant is going to be something similar to, you know, a suntan lotion. Not really sunscreen. It's got an SPF of like 0, right? Or SPF 10 maybe. No pigment to it. So it won't last as long, but it will show off the grain of the lumber. Is that about right, Caleb?
Yeah. So here's the deal. Clears, you can have the sealing and the weatherproofing effects long term, but they're going to allow the lumber to turn gray naturally. So some people want that, and that's just the way it is. If you want to maintain the color, then the maintenance is going to be a lot closer intervals. With the clear.
But it'll still help prevent rot. It'll just allow it to go gray.
Certainly. But he's applying it with a water-based stain brush. So he's fighting it.
Yeah. Well, according to him, he's not fighting it. It goes on like a dream.
Oh, man.
And we'll find, this will make sense in a minute.
Years to come. So this fence is really kind of simple. We stuck this together with brad nails and construction adhesive, right? That's like superior deck fence building.
Superior.
We don't have
I would take issue with calling it superior fence building, construction adhesive and brad nails. I mean, it's certainly a quick way of installing it. I don't know that I'd call it superior. I think I think actual fence professionals would probably take note of that.
I would
anyway.
Fasteners all over the face of this.
Sorry, what was that?
I would say the fence could be built twice as fast with conventional construction.
That's the thing is because he still takes the time to nail them up.
Yeah, it was not fast.
No, you're still nailing it, but you're adding a step with adding that adhesive to it and then nailing it up.
I could see building the whole thing with brads since they're going to cover board it anyways, and then coming back and screwing it all together.
Yeah, right.
Together real fast with the brads. All right, go back and screw it all. Pull the string line and make your screws perfectly straight.
Yep,
I can see that.
Well, and he mentioned, I guess he was probably talking about the corner. He was in the middle when he was talking about it, but he said, well, with the brad nails, the wood will swell over them and it'll disappear, and people will wonder how you attached it.
No, they won't, or at least not in my experience. It typically doesn't happen.
Yeah. Yep. Agreed.
And now that I'm sealing it up with oil, every one of these brad nails is not going to go black. This is the deal. You might have noticed in the time lapse, I was using pencils as my spacer. It works great because the short side of a pencil is 1/4 inch and the wide side is 1/2. So there's not a whole lot else to this. It's a pretty simple project. The secret to a good looking fence is all about the quality of the wood. I'm using select cedar, which is a little bit hard to find right now.
Okay, so then he clarifies. In the beginning, he called it clear cedar. Yeah, so select. So like you had said, Caleb, it's clear on one side.
Yeah.
This side looks great. The other side is the one that had not. So select would be their term for clear one-sided.
Does that look like Western red cedar to you? Or is it?
Yeah, I mean, he's up in Canada, so I'd say it is. It looks light, though. It's light. Usually Western red's quite a bit darker.
Yeah, it looks to me almost like it could be yellow cedar. And it could, where's he located? What part of Canada?
I think it's Eastern Canada.
Okay.
But the way their mills work, well, according to the comment section in one of my videos, the way their mills work is they're all set up regionally. So there's like each region of Canada has its own mill. So you would see, oh, actually it was his last video that this came up because I was talking, he was using treated pine, but it was brown. I thought it was pre-stained lumber. And then I got an education in the comments that no, it's just that region's treatment is brown.
Yeah. So, it could be, so this particularly here could be Western red. It doesn't really look like what I call Western red. It could be yellow cedar. It could be white cedar.
Yeah. I wonder. So there's a mill here in the States that sells incense cedar.
Yeah. Incense is like grown in California though.
Okay.
But I know a lot of it's geographic and a lot of it's the same tree. They call it something else because some of it's coastal and some of it's, you know, inland cedar. So no telling what it is. It's pretty, you know.
Yeah. We have one called that comes up from Arkansas called Eastern Red.
Yeah, that's what grows here.
Beautiful.
Aromatic. Yeah. Aromatic.
Yep. Aromatic. And so that's a great example of how it's called different stuff, different places. Beautiful board. Yeah. Unfortunately, there's no real corporate mills that mill it. So, you know, if you need a lot of it consistently, it's not a great option.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a cedar, but it's light for a Western red. My mind originally went Western red though, because since it's Canada, like Canada's the world producer for Western red cedar. But
hey, if Kasurik is on here, he would know. Does that look like white cedar to you? Anybody up in New York, or I know white cedar's popular there. Does that look like white cedar?
Yeah,
kind of from Vancouver, West Coast. Does that look like yellow cedar? Maybe somebody knows.
Yeah, let us know. Let us know in the comments, guys, what you think. You know, what type of cedar you think this is. I mean, I think it's. I don't think it's a cedar for sure. Like I don't think we're debating that. It's just what variety. What do you guys think?
I had basically picked it up from every store in town to make enough to do the order. It's amazing. Now, I'm just going to finish oiling up the boards.
That is a nice look on the different widths of the board. So you used what looks like a 6-inch board on the bottom half, a 4-inch board on the top half. Kind of gives it a little bit of a unique look. It gives a little bit of texture in a 2-dimensional fence. It looks nice. I don't know. Like it's been long enough ago. I don't remember exactly what I talk about in this video. But if he was going to stain it or seal it, there's not stain here. But if he was going to seal it, I would have sealed it. Well, I would have pre-sealed it first.
Yeah, that's what I would have.
But if that wasn't an option, I would have sealed it before you put the cover boards on. Because he's got cover boards on it. So he sealed the cover boards, but now there's that, if they're 4-inch boards, there's that 2-inch on either board that's not sealed, that it's covering up. Kind of defeats the purpose.
Which has got a UV protection that'll last about 5 years. When it's time for the next coat.
Did you catch that? Oh, maybe I'm getting ready to say it. I'd want to look that up. Just hearing that a clear sealant has a 5-year warranty
for UV.
Okay.
For UV. No. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying for UV. That's I think.
You mean for like rot?
Well, no, UV protectant. I mean, UV protectant generally comes from pigments.
Yeah.
Pigmentation. You get some from, there's some UV inhibitors and absorbers you can do in clears, but you're talking.
But he's saying it has a 5-year warranty.
Yeah, 5-year for UV is I don't think so.
Oh yeah,
I don't think so. I think if that were the case, we would all know what that product was.
Yeah. Well, and that's why and sitting here thinking about it, like it might be like a 5-year like rot warranty or something like that. Like he doesn't say what the I don't know that he says.
And it could be that they make a really nice brown that does work for 5 years. That would make sense, and it would be in the same product family, but the clear.
Oh, okay.
You never know. But
yeah.
I don't know of a clear that can block UV. I don't know of any clear product you can put on that if left untouched for 5 years in full sun would not turn gray.
Yeah, he doesn't come out and say that it's like a UV, but what he keeps saying is it's going to keep this fence looking great for years to come. Like, well, to your point, like it's going to go gray.
Yeah, it will go gray.
So I don't know. Well, anyway. Even the stain and sealants, whether it's the ones we use or ones that you find at your local home store, even the heaviest, even the thickest stain with the most pigment, the most UV protection, typically have warranties of 3 to 4 years. So to see a clear sealant, Caleb, so re-educate me on, so like a thick semi-solid, what? Semi-solid is probably the wrong word, right?
Yeah. So our semi-solid's got a 3-year warranty. It's a half-life warranty.
Yep.
And the goal is the warranties for the homeowner and the contractor. So if you at the halfway mark of that warranty, if you do a maintenance coat, then you'll get another 3 years. If you do a maintenance coat, and a maintenance coat doesn't mean in 3 years it's completely failed. It means it may be getting thin on the edges. It may be time. It still looks good, but when you get up close, you go, oh, it's time for a maintenance coat, and you use a quarter or a half as much stain. Yep. And it's an incentive to keep going, keep maintaining it,
Well, and I always use the example of like sunscreen, because I think that's an example that everyone can understand. You don't put your SPF 30 on and then go swimming all day, right? So you'll reapply it. Now, typically when you reapply lotion, it doesn't take as much as the first time.
Yep.
But you reapply so that you just replenish, what has been damaged. Or the sunscreen is a sacrificial layer, right? It's sacrificing itself against the UV, which is exactly what your standard sealant's doing.
Yeah.
It's sacrificing itself so that the board stays good. Anyway, most of those brands, clear sealants, need to be reapplied every year. So they have a 1-year warranty. Is that accurate?
Most clear sealants have 0 warranty, but they have to be applied every 6 to 12 months. Clear is always considered a high-end finish. People, obviously, people who have a lot of disposable income, maybe they're building really nice homes. Typically, they'll do clears, and every 6 months it really needs to be maintained. Otherwise, some coatings can peel, crack, or chip, or it can start to let gray. So
you'll start to see the board lighten up.
That's the thing, is clear is a high-end finish with high maintenance needs. It's like the Playboy bunny. She's high maintenance. It looks good, but it's high maintenance.
Great example. Some have a 2-year warranty, but to hear a clear sealant has a 5-year warranty, it's pretty surprising.
don't have to peel anything off. I can go right over top. That's the benefit of oil. It penetrates into the wood, and when the protection wears off, you just go give it another coat.
Which is accurate.
Absolutely.
Like
awesome.
that is one of the benefits of oil-based stains in general, right, Caleb? Is that maintenance coats, you just go right over the top.
Yeah, and we're building up. It sinks down, and it actually will sink down into the wood and build up over time as well, conditioning the wood. So that's a good thing, depending on what they're using, you know.
Right. Well, and he gets a little bit more in depth than what he's using here in a minute.
Okay, guys, so just a real quick recap. This fence has got 5 posts set in that expansion foam. So
which he used the same Sika foam that we used. He did a video on it. His post worked for some reason, and maybe because they're wood posts and ours were steel. I don't know. I don't know how he got it to work because, like I said, we've done that test twice now with Sika Pro Select, and it hasn't worked out. But
yeah,
Jeff's just lucky, I guess.
One day we rented the auger, drilled the holes in a couple of hours, put in the foam, set the posts. That foam, after 2 or 3 hours, you're good to go. You can start building on it. And I actually built all of this fence in half a day. So the reality is it's a one-day build. And
so I don't, maybe he means that he put the pickets on in half a day or something. There's no way, well, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know that it, so he's saying he drilled 5 holes, set them in foam, and put the rails on in 4 hours, half a day. Like, I don't know if that sounds.
Yeah, but he said he set the post 10 days prior. Or something.
Oh, that's right. That's
5
right.
days prior. So
it took him 4 hours to put the pickets up.
Yeah, so you can, if you're a homeowner and do it yourself, or you can set the post Saturday, and then the following Saturday you can nail it up.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. So the Sika Pro Select, one of the benefits they advertise is it's ready to go in like 30 or 45 minutes. But
another half a day to put the stain and lights on. You can do this whole project in 2 days. Now, if you don't want to use a select cedar like we did, I know it's a little expensive, but considering the gravitude of what we're doing out here in this area, I think it deserved to have some really amazing wood. You can do pressure treated or knotted cedar, and you can get an amazing look. This is a privacy fence, which means that you can put it on your deck and you can make it as high as you like to have privacy from your neighbors. Okay? It's a quick, easy build. This is the product I started.
You'd want to check with your local, either city, county, governments, to check on height requirements. Typically, now if you live in an unincorporated area, a lot of counties here in the United States don't have regulations, but a lot of cities cap out the height of a backyard fence at 6 foot. I mean, I'd hate for you to take this advice and build it as tall as you want, and then realize that it's actually out of regulation. It doesn't meet zoning, and then have to either take it down or modify it to meet zoning requirements.
Suggest you use, okay? We've done videos in the past. I'm recommending the Osmo oil. It's from Germany, and I've got an importer bringing it in to make it available for all of our viewers in North America.
Okay, so this is quite obviously a product placement. It sounds like it's a product he's bringing in to sell. Again, if you're doing videos, have you heard of that Osmo? So it's called Osmo. It's out of Germany?
I'm checking it out. It's what I'm going to look for it. Osmo
stain
oils. Yeah, we'll check it out. Might be a cool product.
Yeah, it looks like it's on sale on Amazon. $30.
Oil.
Yeah, Pollux oilers. Yeah, but it's 30 bucks for 4 ounces. A little spendy.
Yeah. So I'm reading, it says Osmo Pollux oils, Poly-X oils are derived from natural plant oils. So I'm sure it's got a tongue oil or a linseed oil in, and then a wax. So probably a paraffin wax for waterproofing to provide hard wearing and durable protection for wooden flooring, casework, and furniture. And that's interior. So let's find their exterior. And it says Poly-X. So that would lead me to believe it had like a polyester resin, which is common in some.
Yeah. So one I found it's on Woodcraft. They're calling it UV protection oil.
Mm-hmm.
Oil-based satin finish.
Dirt repellent micropores finishes are based on natural vegetable oils and allow the wood to breathe and helps shrinkage. So it's, let's see, UV protection, satin match, natural wool, micro porous finish does not. Yeah, a lot of companies start throwing all these nano and micro porous and nanotechnology in. It's all nanotechnology, man. The stuff in the 40s was nanotech.
Well, one of the line items too, very water and dirt resistant.
Yeah, and it could be they could have some kind of technology that.
Well, what the question that brings to my mind is how dirt resistant does it need to be? Like, are we worried about dirt penetrating it?
Yes. So if it has vegetable oils in it, it's going to create a hard barrier on top. It's just going to be a drying oil. So that drying oil at the top layer of the wood could be just preventing dirt from getting mashed into the actual texture, into the structure of the wood at the cellular level, which our stain does that. Other stains do that too.
Yeah.
So it would resist dirt better than.
Yeah, it sounds like he's importing it into Canada. I mean, assumedly for sale, right? So he's going to make it available to everybody. So it's like, I don't know how much more blatant of a product placement video you can make saying, hey, I'm going to bring this stuff in and sell it to you guys.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to list it as a product placement video.
Yeah, which is fine. I mean, when we do videos, we show you how to use our products and
sure.
But you're right. You got to, here's a safety data sheet for this product. It says the supplier is Edmonton, Alberta.
So that's where he's from.
Yep. Osmo Wood and Color Canada Ltd. So it's a Canadian company. So he's not bringing it in. Osmo they have.
Oh, okay.
The ground in Edmonton.
Because he said he was importing it from Germany.
Yeah, that's what he said. So it's probably a German formula made in Germany.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's see. It doesn't show the chemical makeup. Oh, it's got some chemicals in it, Joe. It's got methoxymethylethylene oxypropanol. Don't know what that is. It doesn't sound good, but that's common of almost all coatings.
My general rule of thumb is that if I don't know how to pronounce it, I'm probably not a fan of it.
Yeah.
So actually, I won't say too much about it because I know it hasn't come out yet, but I recently did an interview for a print publication. And in that interview, I talk about that when I'm reviewing an item to see if we're going to sell it, if we're going to offer it as a service, one thing I do is I try to evaluate, would I use this in my home or around my home and put my kids in and around it, right? My wife and I are pretty particular about the environment that we put our children in.
Right.
And so that's one of the things. So when I'm evaluating, hey, is Ozark Fence going to offer this? It's like, well, would I put it in my backyard? Me personally, knowing that we are particular about our kids' environments, and other clients probably are too. Yeah. So that's one of the things when we're talking about chemicals that I can't pronounce. I don't know how comfortable I would be putting my kids in that environment. You know what I mean?
Well, and that's the way it is, and that's the same with oil coatings forever has been. At what point do we sacrifice safety for longevity or vice versa? And we have found, and there's other companies too that have found that we can achieve a maximum performance or a darn good performance without sacrificing on carcinogens or cancer causing things or stuff that kills aquatic life. So
yeah.
And I don't know this product. It could be a fantastic product. Germans are pretty cutting edge, so it could be a cutting edge product. I think what we do is probably a little more less harsh chemicals, but their product may outlast ours. It may have something in there that's crazy and does a really good job.
And in talking about using products that I'm comfortable putting my kids around, if I had a deck, I would stain it with your guys' product and not have any issue with my kids going out and playing on it once it's dry. Because where my mind goes is the whole CCA thing, right? So CCA, and you probably are more read on this than I am, but my understanding is that CCA was taken off the market for like consumer use. Like you can still get it for like ocean, so for piers and stuff like that, but you can't get it to build fences with, because they did a study where something to the effect of, if a kid licked their hand, talking about like picnic tables, if a kid licked their hand, ran across the table, licked their hand again, so many times a day, so many days a week, so many weeks a year, that it could lead to a risk of cancer in the future. Did I get that halfway right, Caleb? Or to your understanding?
Sounds plausible, though.
Okay. That's how it was explained to me years ago. Was, like I said, there's a study that it could lead to an increased risk of cancer. To which my mind thinks, okay, well then outlaw smooth cut pine and just make it all rough sawn. So the first time the kid licks their hand and runs it across it, they get a handful of splinters, and they don't do that anymore. But anyway, they took it off the market. And so that's where my mind goes when we're talking about chemicals you can't pronounce, is what do those chemicals do?
Yeah.
When is there going to be a study on that particular chemical that leads to this, that could lead to that? You know what I mean? It makes me nervous. But let's continue on here. It's like this. You need to follow YouTube terms of service. There's literally a checkbox that asks you, does this include promotional, product placements, anything like that? This didn't have the pop-up that said it was a promotional video. So it's the Atlanta Post Caps. So they reached out to us in the beginning of the channel and asked us to use their post caps in some of our videos. As a company, when we install fence, we don't install it with post caps. We use seal post rather than wood. So it didn't make sense. But to see that same company in this video, I mean, I know at the very minimum, that's a product placement. They've reached out to us to place their products in our videos. I don't know. If you're doing a video like this, check the box that it includes promotional content to keep yourself from violating YouTube terms of service.
Just go to the video description and check it out. We got a great deal for you as well. Okay. And Matt, this is a light from Atlanta Post Caps.
So if you see that post cap over his right shoulder there, they used I don't know if that post cap was for like a true 4x4, and his was 3.5 by 3.5. But
yep.
Look, they just made it work. They're like, we'll put a screw in on the back side and that'll be fine.
Okay. Made in America company. They sent these up. You have two options. You can stick it on top of a post, or you can mount them to the side of your fence if you want. Okay. Lots of great options in here. That's what it looks like. It's a solar light, so you don't need power, and it gives you great mood lighting for traffic coming in and out of your deck.
So he left his support 2x4s up above the picket too. As far as I know, they don't make post caps for 2x4, 4x4, or they'll have 2x2. They're always square measurements. Interested to see how he caps off that 2x4.
Patio areas at night. Thanks, bud. Make sure you visit them. Their information's in the description below as well, and they ship all over North America. Well, guys, if you like seeing us do projects like this that help your creative juices go a little bit nuts.
It's a bit confusing that some of the joints are covered, but some of them are mitered. I think if you're going to the trouble of mitering the corner, you'd miter your other joints too to make them less noticeable. Anyway, guys, one way of building a fence here, I guess, according to Jeff, it's a really quick way to build it. I don't know that it's a long-term way. Adhesives and brad nails don't seem to be recognized in the industry as a good long-term solution. But again, Jeff's trying to sell this house pretty quickly, so it probably doesn't matter, if the stain fails in the next year or two and if the boards start popping off. Anyway, take it for what it's worth. Let me know how you guys would do this fence differently. Anyway, so that is the video.
Yeah.
Like I said, I wanted to get you.
I think he's just doing what he sees a lot of other YouTubers doing, and I think I would be weary of that construction style, just because when we want a fence to be strong, and is that strong? I don't know. Maybe that stuff will hold an elephant, hold an elephant on the roof of the house. I don't know. I wouldn't be comfortable doing that, and I don't think that I would recommend that. But that's to each his own.
Yeah. Well, sure, absolutely. So wood is fibrous, right?
Mhm.
So even if you used the strongest adhesive known to man, you could that it would hold that outside layer onto the post, right? So it wouldn't secure the entire rail. Now, would it take a significant amount of force? Absolutely. But no, anyway, we'll see how that video does.
Yeah.
We'll see how it does. We'll see what his reaction is to the reaction video. But anyway, so that will be this week's video. Like I said, Caleb, I wanted you to watch it just to kind of get your feedback on a clear sealant with a 5-year warranty.
Yeah, man.
But
Well,
who knows?
I'm interested in it. I mean, I love coatings and I'm into it, and I really spend a lot of time studying what they do over in the UK, and it's really neat. I was going to guess that it had tung oil and things like that in it, or silicon. We looked it up, and Kenny's already put it up there. Sunflower oil, which has been used forever. The thing with sunflower oil is it's got to go like rancid. They say it's got to spoil and smell bad. And if it can do that on the house or on the fence or whatever, and it smells bad for a while, but when it goes rancid, organic growth can't live in it. But if it doesn't go rancid, then it can grow mold and mildew. And soy oil's very common in the U.S. Thistle oil, I've never heard of that for wood preservation. And I'm guessing that thistle oil, if a thistle has spikes and things to keep animals from eating it, except for donkeys, then I'm guessing maybe thistle oil could possibly perhaps be something that would keep bugs out of the fence, maybe a natural anti-bug thing, possibly. I don't know.
Well,
and then obviously linseed oil, we know what that is.
Yep.
Proven for thousands of years, but it does come with it. It grows mold and mildew, it turns black, and it's spontaneously combustible. I would, if it weren't spontaneously combustible, we would be doing linseed oil. And I'm not sure that we won't in the future bring on a linseed product because it's tried and true. But so I think they're probably making a good product.
Well, and one thing too is, I mean, for it to be, you know this better than I do, but to be listed on MSDS, it just has to be in the solution, but it could be like 0.01%, couldn't it?
Well, it can be, and then there's a lot of stuff that doesn't get listed because it's trade secret, So that's the thing about it. Here's the area that we like to focus on. So a lot of coatings that are really, really harmful for you, when they gas off, they're no longer harmful. The problem is we have to live in that environment while it's gassing off.
Yep.
And so that's why we make our stains really don't gas off. There is no gas off period. You might smell our base oil or something like that. You might smell that, but our product's not going to gas off. And so we focus on that area of, okay, we've stained the fence and the deck, and 2 days later we're having a backyard party for our 3-year-old with a bouncing house and all this. Yep. And you got a lot of little lungs out there sucking that in, or the guy mowing the grass every week sucking it in. And that's where we try to do different. And
or your pets that run the fence.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that the other ones aren't doing the right thing too. It's just that's where we feel important about it. So that's the way we do it different. So, and I think Kenny even makes he does a stain and modifies it so that it does the same thing. It doesn't gas off like that. And so there's a reason, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's and so there, I say the whole like it can be 0.01% to be in the MSDS. I mean, that could be thistle oil. They could have thrown that in at 0.01% to make their solution proprietary. You know what I mean? Because it includes this weird ingredient or whatever.
Yeah, the main one in there is going to be the linseed oil. That's going to be the main one. I'd say linseed and soy are probably half and half in that thing. The thistle oil is probably a 1% or 0.5%. The sunflower oil is probably 2% or something crazy. Yep. And making it probably makes a darn good product,
Now, Roger has an interesting point. The Gorilla Glue is not just for hairspray. Roger, if you're using Gorilla Glue for hairspray, we should probably talk about that. I don't know that that's the thing. I don't know. We need to talk about that, Roger. Let's see. So this is an entirely long discussion. on marketing fence companies. I'll say this: we use a mixture of Google advertising, paid Google ads, Facebook, radio, a tiny bit of TV, just through a marketing co-op group we're in. You have to understand what you're doing. Like, what am I trying to say? What the objective is with each platform. So how I view Facebook is it's a long-term branding play. It really is. It won't make your phone ring tomorrow. Paid Google ads, on the other hand, are good at, if done correctly, are good at making your phone ring, because people are on Facebook to see pictures of their friends, pictures of their kids, see what their parents are up to, that sort of thing. And then your ad is simply falling in there. So you can view it as a branding or brand awareness. And not to say people don't reach out to us on Messenger through our Facebook page and ask for more information, ask for quotes, that sort of thing. It happens, but that's not the objective for me. The objective for me for Facebook is simply to increase my reach, to increase my brand awareness. However, Google, if someone Googles fence company near me, they're in the market for a fence. Facebook's just full of people that are just there to see other people, right? It's a social platform. However, Google is an intent-based platform. So if someone searches something, they're likely in the market for it, right? So paid Google ads, like I said, when done correctly. So that doesn't mean, the Google ad isn't just, it's a 1 sentence deal. It says, we're the best in our area, call for free quotes, and that's it, and include your phone number. Could that work? Sure. But you would want to craft a message that's more about who you are, what you do, why they should call you, a call to action. You absolutely want to say call today, and then your phone number, right? You want to create the message correctly. But, if you're asking me, if you gave me $1,000 and said, make the phone ring tomorrow, it'd probably be Google ads, because you could launch it tonight. It'd be live tomorrow, and it would likely lead to some phone calls. Just because people are going to be searching, and you would have to choose the search terms. I would not choose fence company near me, because everyone's going to be paying for that search term, which means it's all an auction, right? So who will pay the most for that particular term, and then they will go with that. So if Caleb and I were both competing for a fence company near me, and Caleb said, I will pay $23 per click, and I say, well, I'm only going to pay $18. They will run Caleb's ad until Caleb's money runs out. So Caleb will also say, I want to spend $1,000 tomorrow. And they will just run that ad till the money runs out. And then when Caleb's $1,000 budget is done, then they'll come to me, the second lowest bidder, and they will run my ads until the money runs out. The problem is it's a bidding war, and that price gets so expensive. I would probably do, I live in Republic. Our company is in Springfield. I live in Republic. Republic's a good market for us. I would say Cedar Privacy Fence Republic. Yeah, we install a lot of wood fence. That's what we enjoy installing. So whatever you enjoy installing. But what are the chances someone's going to use that term, or someone's going to bid for that term? I'd say it's probably a lot lower than fence company near me, right? But if someone searches, Cedar Fence Republic, Cedar Fence Installation Republic, or whatever, that's a pretty good customer for me. It's what I like doing. It's in a market that I like serving. That's probably a pretty good search term. Now, please understand, this is a 30,000-foot view on a really in-depth topic, right? But like I said, if you handed me $1,000 and said, make the phone ring tomorrow, I'd probably do paid Google ads and then let it run. But, I would argue with you. If you handed me $1,000, said, make the phone ring tomorrow, I would argue with you and say, okay, well, what about the day after tomorrow? Like, we still want the phone to ring then, right? And the day after that day, and the day after that day. Like, you want long-term sales. So I would argue with you that we need to attribute a portion of that $1,000 to some long-term branding. And then we would talk about Facebook.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you think, Caleb, as far as making the phone ring?
Joe, I think when a guy like Jace here puts a thing on here. He says he's tried flyers and he's tried Facebook, but only got a few jobs for that and really need help. It sounds to me like he needs a solution right now.
Yeah, right. And that's why I talked about making the phone ring tomorrow.
Yeah. And so, and I preach this thing over and over again. I want Jace to think of, what if somebody told him a story, and what if he were a part of something that was such and such family, something happened. Maybe we're raising money for, let's put it like this. What if Jay, and this is totally separate scenario, but here's what happens when people are scared to death to call people that they know and promote what they're doing. But if they're doing a fundraiser for something, they got no problem calling and asking for money. So what if you were doing a fundraiser? What if somebody you knew just really had a bad time and they needed money for an emergency surgery or for a children's home or for whatever? And Jace is going to get on the phone. He's going to call everybody he knows. He's going to get excited. He's going to get pumped up. Man, we're doing this fundraiser. How can you help? Who do you know that could help? Do you know a business that would help? And you would crush it. But for some reason, our human psyche has a block that says, man, I'll do that for a fundraiser. But when it comes to feeding my own family, man, I'm not going to, we don't do that. That's just not what you do. Jace, I think right now, if you'd sit down and write a list of the top 25 people that could possibly help you or know somebody that could help you, and you called every one of them and say, look, man, I'm an entrepreneur, but I got, maybe I got no clue what I'm doing and I need your help. How can you help me? Who do you know that I should know? And just start calling everybody. When you drive through neighborhoods and you see a fence builder or not a fence builder, a lawn guy, stop and say, hey man, we build fences. Here's my card. If you see a general contractor, a superintendent on a job site, hey, here's my card. If you see a new house or a new neighborhood with 20 new houses that just got finished and all of them say sold, drop your brochure on the front porch. Contact the realtors. Say, hey, treat it just like it's a freaking emergency, because it is. If you don't eat, man, that's going to be a problem. And get out there, do a lot of those things for free. Get hungry and don't be ashamed. That's the thing that I notice about guys that are really successful. They're hungry. Grant Cardone got $1 billion worth of real estate. He's still hungry.
He's looking for a deal every day.
Still hungry, man. Just so become an animal and be like Joe and be everywhere you go. He's thinking about fence. Who can help me grow my business? Who can help me better my family? And that's what I would do, man. Jace, I would get on the phone with everybody. I'd be just, man, people in your market know you build fences. If you need a fence, there's only one guy to call. So that's Jace. And you can do that through phone calls, through personal visits, and through Facebook Lives, and you can do all of it for free. If I had $1,000, that's what I would do. I would keep my $1,000 and I would call everybody I knew, and I would go buy some materials with that $1,000 and build a fence.
So, you know what? So talking about realtors are an absolute gold mine, because they know, they have clients, right? That 3 things keep a fence company in business: kids, pets, bad neighbors, period.
Yeah.
And realtors have clients that have kids, pets, or they're trying to sell a house that's got some bad neighbors.
Yeah.
Right. And bad neighbors can be whatever you want it to be. But realtors know who needs fence.
Realtors tend to be high I personalities, and they like to have a solution for everything. If you got a problem, I got a solution. I got a plumber.
That's true.
You need a dog fence guy, I got a fence guy. You need a roof, I know a guy. And that's their personality. So just go make friends with them.
So 2 ideas on realtors. Neither one of these make the phone ring tomorrow, but they will make the phone ring. One of them is create a flyer. Say, if this is Jace's Fence Company, hey, we're Jace's Fence Company. We are a family-owned fence company located here in Springfield, Missouri. We do great work. We'd love to prove it to you. Give us a call for your next project. We'd love at least a chance just to bid on it. You can take that flyer to the brokerage. So for us, it's Keller Williams or whoever. Take 100 of those flyers to Keller Williams and ask the lady up front really nicely if she would mind putting that in the cubbies. So we had a gal that worked for us for a while, and we should have done it, but we didn't. She came from a realtor's office, and she said, if you go to the front desk and ask them, they will put flyers in everyone's cubbies that has a desk there or that takes mail there, which is a lot of them. So that second is a lunch and learn. I was talking to a fence guy that does these with all sorts of trades, but realtor specifically. And so he'll do an industry or a professional specific lunch and learn, like realtor only or landscape only or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Cater in lunch, a nice lunch, and say, guys, all I'm going to do is I'm going to talk for about 5 minutes while they're serving lunch real quick. We're Ozark Fence. We're family owned and operated. We've been in business since 1955. We do tremendously great work. And I'd like to know who you have that needs their next fence built. That's it. Enjoy your lunch.
You
know, if you got any questions, I'm going to be sitting over here.
You know what I'd spend my $1,000 on?
What's that?
Business cards or brochures, flyers, something like that. Literature. I'd spend $500 on that, and the other half I'd buy chicken. If I bring a box of donuts to your office, how many people are going to be like, oh, that's nice, but I really don't need to eat one, but I'm being pressured into. You show up with a box of Chick-fil-A breakfast biscuits, everybody's going to eat one.
Yeah, I'll put your card on each one of them.
Yeah. Drop. Hey, I brought you guys some chicken biscuits from Chick-fil-A, and here's my brochures. We build fences. We'd love to be your guy. If you need us, call us. Is there anybody you know we should go see or talk to? And just do that, man. I think without a long-term strategy and things like that, Google and being brand new, maybe that's tough, but you can be literally brand new. You don't even have to have a company to roll up with some chicken biscuits and a business card and and really start getting some business.
Let me say this too on flyers. Flyers work, period. They have worked tremendously for my business. The flyer I use is a direct replica of Caleb's flyer because he developed a really nice flyer. I talked to him, of course, about it, but direct replica. And can I talk about it, Caleb? Is that all right?
Which one is it?
Our guys are going to be in your neighborhood.
Oh, the door hanger? Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I'm paraphrasing. I don't have one up here, but essentially it says, okay, essentially it says, hey, we've got a project starting in your neighborhood. Now, we're going to be parked in your way. We're going to have a big truck and trailer in your neighborhood. We're going to be making noise. We'll be disruptive. We know that, and we apologize. However, these are our standards that our guys will be, our team members will be professional at all times, that they will leave the job site clean at the end of every day, that they will drive responsibly. They will be upstanding, good citizens. And if any one of these is a concern, if you have a concern, if you think, I need to know about anything going on, please call me. And on the other side is a discount card. You don't have to have it on there. I think it helps. But basically it's just saying, hey, we're going to be disruptive. We know that, and we're sorry. But if you have an issue with any of our team members, please let me know. Like, here are our standards. They will be professional at all times. They will be courteous. They will think about the concerns that the neighbors are going to have. I know my concerns when my neighbor had his roof done. I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm going to have to sweep my yard for nails. I'm going to have to worry about, they start at 6 a.m. So I hear nail, and it was right by my bedroom. So we heard nail guns at 6 a.m. They're parked in the middle of the road. These are my concerns. And what's funny is the flyer was done well before them, well before they showed up, and they checked all those boxes. They were disruptive. They were da-da-da-da-da. But basically it says, hey, listen, this is going to happen, and we're sorry, but here's our standards. If our guys aren't meeting these standards, I would like for you to let me know. And it's a signature. It's my signature. It's a replication of my signature. Did I hit all the high points on that, Caleb?
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. That's the headline is, please excuse our mess. Yeah. We're going to be in the neighborhood. Yeah. I don't have any with me. They're all on the trucks and down in storage, but
they're where they need to be. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. That's the way it goes, man. So don't get too overwhelmed by marketing and advertising. If you're not at the point where you have a full pipeline already, go get a full pipeline by cold calling and get hungry. And, as Tom Reber says, stop stealing from your family and go out there and make something happen, So
that's right. Hey, Craig's got a pretty good point here. You need what? Don't worry, I got a guy. So there's something to be said. Now, this isn't a tomorrow thing, but there's something to be said for being a connector.
Yeah.
Right. For being the guy that knows a guy. I can't tell you how many texts I get saying, hey, I need something completely unrelated to fence. Do you know anybody? And it's either, yep, here's their contact information, or no, but let me put this out on Facebook because I'm friends with a lot of contractors in the area. They probably know your guy or the guy you need to know. They come to me for that. So guess who they come to for fence, right? The guy that knows all the guys and gals. I say guys is, you know what I mean? The person that knows the people. There's something to be said for being a connector. So, how do you be a connector? You go meet the top whatever person in the questions you get. Fence, the questions I get a lot, lawn and landscape, concrete. I get concrete flat work questions all the time. So I got a concrete, brick. You know any brick guys? I sure do. I know a guy named Brick. He's so good at it, they named him Brick. And just like know the top people, because here's the thing: when you refer someone, that is a direct reflection. Their work will be a direct reflection on you in your referral. So you need to know the top people in whatever that is. Like I said, lawn and landscape, you need to know an irrigation guy because you're going to hit some irrigation lines. But be a connector, because the connector, people always go to the connector. They are a resource, right? And if you can be let's tie this together. If you can be a resource to realtors, honey pot, that will absolutely be your gold mine. And then he goes on to say, a bag of Egg McMuffins never hurts. I like that idea, Caleb. I really do. But
it is a proven idea.
Yeah. Time tested, huh? Caleb, you say a lot. And the first time I heard it, it made so much sense in talking about staining and talking to young stain companies on finding more business. It is drive around town, see who's building fence, and just give them a call and say, hey, you build great fence. I do great stain. And the phrase I love is we should know each other. Right? Like let's go grab a breakfast, because usually contractors are not taking lunch. Right. But let's grab a breakfast sometime.
Man, I called a guy. So we've got a new salesman for our stain. That his job is to get distribution. And so we went to a distributor. I went with him. We hit a couple of places, and there was a guy that I've been seeing do a lot of big 4-rail jobs in my market. And I've pushed this onto my other company for our service business. I want to develop them into being the guy that all the fencers know. But there's a few of the big ones that I know who they are. And so I'll just send them a Facebook message every once in a while, or, hey, that 10,000 foot fence you built looks good. What color are you going to stain it? Just drop little hints. And this guy, I've been messaging him. He never messages back. And so on the way back through, we stopped into his town. And I said, man, I want to stop in here. And so we stopped in, left some information. I let our guy do the talking and all that. Nobody was there. 20 minutes later, I get a phone call, and it's the guy. And he says, man, I've been meaning to talk to you. He said, how much would you charge to do this? And he had 5,250 foot of 4L you need painted. And then I told him a price. He said, when can you start on it? And I was like, well, we can get to you this time or another. And there you go. He said, I got that one, and I got a couple of more. And so it's going to pay off. You just got to not get frustrated, and you got to get out there and get it done.
Yeah. And for a fencing guy, for a stain guy, it makes perfect sense to get in with a fence guy, right? Fence guys, we get calls for stain all the time. It makes sense. For a fence company, who does it make sense to get to know? Lawn landscapers and realtors.
There's
others, but those are top two. What's that?
Here's one I just thought of that. What if you went to the top dog breeders in your city?
Yeah.
Here's a $50 off coupon with a new puppy, or whatever. You never know. Or get on those people's social media. That would be the key. Is maybe you start a newsletter for new puppy owners that you distribute as the fence company to. Is Sarah listening?
No, she actually this weekend is her bachelorette party, so she is 100% not.
She's going to be doing this. I just about guarantee it.
I'm going to clip it and play it for her.
What if you made a fence newsletter for new puppy owner, or a new puppy owner newsletter that went out to every puppy breeder that was legitimate, that just went in their circles and said, hey, here's the puppy tips of the week, sponsored by Ozark Fence. And I think that something like that would be really good. And it puts you in front of people that are obviously, they're probably going to get a fence. Everybody with a new dog, that's the first thing on the list. You got to get the dog bed. You got to and it's small right now, but in a couple of months, we're going to need the backyard fenced off.
Well, yeah. You know, like I said, kids, pets, neighbors, right?
Yeah.
So how can you get in front of those people in non-traditional ways?
Yeah.
Right.
Or the rainbow playset dealer in town. Hey, can I send you a thing? You know, if you got a playset, you probably got a fence.
Yeah. Well, or if you partnered with preschools
or pool builders.
In our area, the pool builders all build their own fence.
Yeah, but not everywhere. I'm just throwing out ideas. Or the spa.
Yeah. No. No,
Everybody's got a spa. If you could just get to where you could kill all those birds with one stone, that's where I think you'd start to see some major growth.
You know,
so that's where the video thing comes in.
Yeah.
And so you make a video and you share it with all those people. Hey, would you mind sharing our weekly column on your social media to 10 small town pool builders? And chances are they want content because they don't have enough. And we're glad to share it. And you got people sharing your stuff.
So I just displayed a limiting belief, and I want to talk about it. It is, like I said, all pool companies build their own fences. I bet they don't enjoy it, right? They want to build pools. So
I was going to ask you front hand or backhand when you said that. But.
So here's the thing: is so probably next week I'll probably make calls to the pool companies saying, "Hey, you build fences, but you probably don't enjoy it. You enjoy building pools. We enjoy building fences. We should know each other to steal your line." Because maybe they get into a project where they don't have the guys to build this fence, and the customer's been complaining about it, and they just need this thing done. Maybe that's when they pick up the phone to that guy that just said, "Hey, if you got something you don't want to do, let me know."
So it could be as simple as fence tips. Yeah. And it could be how tall does my fence need to be to cover a play set this week? Next week, it's top 5 things to puppy proof your backyard. The next week it could be pool fence tip basics. And if you get a fence tips thing going, and eventually you can get all of them, all the puppy people to share it, all the pool builders to share it, all all the realtors to share it. And there's a market out there somewhere for somebody to do something like that, and they would literally crush their competition.
Yep. Agreed. Absolutely.
100% for free.
Agreed. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely it is. Knowing that your value's coming on the back end. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you could also, so one of those articles is, does your fence meet National Pool Code?
Yeah.
Because in our area, every city adopts National Pool Code. Some counties do, some counties don't. But if you, God forbid, there's an accident and something happens in your pool, if your fence doesn't meet pool code, that will be included in the lawsuit to you, the homeowner, that you had the fence surrounded by a structure that does not meet National Pool Code. And that'll be part of the lawsuit. So that would be an article I would write is, does your fence meet National Pool Code? Is your fence a liability? And here's National Pool Code. I mean, that's straightforward, and that's facts.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do stain tips, and I'm going to start. Doing that very thing. What are some things to take into consideration when restaining a play set? Get the play set sellers to do it. Here's what you do. 3 tips for staining a privacy fence. When, with what, and how often do you have to do it, and get all the fence companies to share it. If we could get a lot of those things happening.
One article would be, how does how does a fence increase your home's value, your home's curb appeal for the
Oh,
realtors?
What stains, what puppy considerations when you're staining a fence for pets, whatever. And if you could just get real good relative content out there in your market and get and it has to be good enough content that others want to share it, and they want to share good content because they want to share, hey, we build play sets, but we don't know about staining them. We build them and sell them. This guy will answer the question that our customers are asking. And if you can be that expert in your market, that's what it's all about.
Yeah. And at the tagline on every one of these is, for more information, give us a call. Here's our phone number.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And if you do it right, Joe, you could literally in a city like Nashville, if you do it right, you could have 1,000 small businesses bird dogging for you. And you're doing them a favor. You're doing them a favor, and now you're in front of their entire audience.
Absolutely. So, and Caleb, where my mind is racing with this right now, because what I'm thinking is we do a version of that as blog posts on our website.
Mm-hmm. But
why aren't we putting out a newsletter?
The blog, and let's be real, the blog post, what is the blog post for? It's for search engine optimization.
Yep.
And in first 5 blogs you put your heart and soul into, then the next 400, you're like, what am I going to talk about this week? Or you have a ghostwriter write it, and it's kind of on target, but then it's not.
Yep.
But if you did this, it could be as simple as a 60-second video. I mean, it could simply be a video. You're on a fence job, and there's a place set in the backyard, and you go, hey, look, here's the things to consider for place set fencing placement or whatever. You want the fence to be so far away from the swing set, so if the kids swing, they're not swinging. And you want to do it this way, or whatever, and do it in a video and just share fence tips out every week, or stain tips, or plumbing tips, or whatever it is. I mean, this could work for any industry, but I think I'm going to do it. And I think you and I have a couple people in our office that could really help us to call other places and say, hey, would you share this on your page? And just, you probably get the emails from the guys who are blog writers that want you to share their blog post. Same situation.
Yep. Yeah. So it would also become a Facebook post, right? Mm-hmm. That then we would and then you could get, I would use it for advertising as well. And then target it to, so if we've got one that we send out to our realtor newsletter list, then I would also put it on Facebook and target realtors, right? So help it get in front of them is basically it. Maybe the emails go to spam, but if I can pay 73 cents a click or whatever the current rate is to put this in front of a realtor that says, what does your fence say about your house when potential buyers pull up? And a realtor's going to look at that and go, well, wonder what that says. I'm a professional in that field. I want to see what this guy has to say. And if it's right, if it's accurate, then they'll share it, right? They'll share it with all of their people. Maybe they'll share it on their brokerage site. That would be fantastic.
That's what you want.
But yeah, I mean, this is,
and see, that's why I get so frustrated sometimes with all the software and all the formulas and all the paid ads and all this crap that can go away just like that. Yeah. But if you do this free stuff, which is actually work, I mean, it takes work to do. It doesn't cost anything, but it takes work.
It costs time.
Those things you can't erase, because once you're imprinted in this guy's mind, he's going to remember you.
Well, he is. And here's where my mind goes too. So you need 52, if you're going to do it every week, you need 52 top 10s, or you need 52 pieces of content. Well, once those 52 pieces of content are done, then annually it becomes an update, right? So you say, every month before this goes out. So the second week of the month, I'm looking at next month's, and I'm going to see, is it up to date, right? So you got a lot of time on the front end, and then you got a little bit of time maintaining every year. Is this relevant to right now, or how can I update it to be relevant to current situations?
Yeah.
So I I think that's a phenomenal idea.
The
I like
key,
where we went with that.
yeah, the skeleton key to this, the answer, the cornerstone is going to be how to make it intriguing enough and get the word out enough so that every realtor, every dog breeder, every fence builder, every power washer, every backyard designer, every mortgage broker, every insurance salesman, because
Yep.
you know those people are all about putting out stuff.
Yeah.
How do you get those people to share that content? And so I think if somebody put the energy up front for this and did it for 12 months, at the end of the 12 months, I think it would take a life of its own and it would become its own revenue source. I think they would be the expert in their market. I think they'd be turning down more work than they could take on.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Because you become known as your local expert.
Yeah. Yeah. And the thing about that, it leveraged it. Now you want to, okay, your fence company's fully scaled. It's fully running itself. I've always wanted to start a water feature business. Now you're already in front of the people. You
have a pre-built marketing list. Yeah.
Yeah. And you got a pre-built marketing list and you're
So,
already going to be shared.
One thing I was just thinking about is what if, well, probably not. I was going to say, what if you went to like every market has the real estate, either person or the real estate team. You know who they are. Everybody knows who they are. What if you teamed up with them and said, if we're talking about what does your fence say about your house when potential buyers pull up? What if like in the article is according to so-and-so and so-and-so, so that they're included in it. But then the next question is, but then that alienates all the other realtors in your market.
Yeah, it's limiting because I thought of the same thing. You go see the puppy breeder this week and you ask their advice on fencing or whatever. But we need content that's going to be universal, so everybody would share it.
Yeah, you don't want to alienate anyone.
Yeah. And so for me, like the rewood over your shoulder there, I would really like to start a business doing rewood install. Doing art, being a Picasso. I don't want to do it. I want to find a fantastic carpenter that can come in and do it, but I want to build that business. And if I had this system in place, I could just start throwing an extra tip in every week about rewood. And if I wanted to do fence repair, I could just start throwing an extra tip. Does my fence need repaired? And then just show off a repair we did. This is a common problem. As your post leaning, looky here. Here's how we fix it.
Or the tagline for each one of your emails for pools and pets and all the rest is, did you know we repair fence?
Yeah.
For more information, give our office a call. You know what I mean? Like you could always do like some sort of tagline to where someone goes, oh, I didn't know they did fence.
Yep.
You know what I mean? I'll tell you. So probably one of the best, I guess you'd call it a marketing avenue we do is send out a 6-month follow-up that says, hey, just wanted to check in, see how your project looks, make sure it still looks amazing. If not, let me know because I want to come out and see what's going on with it. Also, did you know that we do this and this and this and this? If you'd like more information about that, also give me a call because I'd like to talk to you about it. That's it.
Yep.
And I get replies to that email that said, I didn't know that you clean driveways. I have a dirty driveway. Could you come look at it?
Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Yeah. And again, I think it's just obvious that the stuff that's free or low cost, it takes effort and thoughtfulness. And we live in the put a quarter in and give me a prize, put a quarter in and give me a prize. And that's what online marketing is. And that's the thing. You start doing Facebook ads or you start doing Google ads. As long as you put your money in, it's going to work for you.
Sure.
You do these free things.
You're right.
I've got guys, I've not sold stain jobs out in person in years. My phone still rings. My cell phone still rings. And I just say, yep, we'd love to help you. I'm going to put Ryan in contact with you or Christian in contact with you. And they're going to be in touch. They're going to take great care. And if they don't, you let me know and I pass the lead off. Yep. And that's the way it goes. And the point being is 5, 6, 7 years later, I'm still reaping the reward of that one phone call or that chicken biscuit that I made, delivery I made. And if you do that 1,000 times, you're going to have 1,000 times more work than you can do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I think that's a pretty good wrap up to the question. What can I do to Let me find the question real quick. So Jason's original question was, what are ways to promote your fence company to get more jobs? I've tried flyers on Facebook, but only got a few jobs. Really need some help. I think this was a great 20, 30-minute discussion on marketing a fence company. I like what we came up to. And of course, guys, these aren't the only ideas, right? These are two guys talking about marketing ideas. But I think if you go back and rewatch this, I think there's 4 or 5 golden nuggets in there. There's at least a couple that me and the team are going to talk about Monday morning.
I'm going to do it for you, Joe. Why don't we hold up a sign and let's cut this out and let's make this a video.
Actually, that's exactly what we're doing, because I made note of like the timestamp on when we started talking about this. It's like, I have a feeling this is going to go some good places.
I'd like to put this on our channel too. I mean, I
of
would.
Course.
This is good stuff, because it's great ideas, man.
That, this is what I enjoy. And Caleb, this is what you enjoy, right? And so anytime you get me on a subject, marketing and advertising is usually the vein. I go down some pretty wicked rabbit holes. But I think we typically, in those rabbit holes, we typically find golden nuggets.
Yeah. Well, it comes right back to why you need to come to Standing University and Fence Install School, because all these ideas start out there.
Yes.
We've had ideas on making cleaning chemicals for fencing in 8-ounce bags, and what do we offer now? We've got it in 8-ounce packs, and it's freaking awesome.
That happened at a Mexican restaurant in Nashville.
We had somebody here yesterday that they can afford to buy the biggest container they want of cleaner, but when they saw the 8-ounce packs, they realized, I don't care what it costs. That's the way I want to do it, because I don't have to measure. I don't have to guess. It's right every single time.
Well, I ordered 5-gallon buckets of them of the packets.
Yeah,
because I wanted in a larger quantity, but I want to be able to tell my guys, and I know others will want to also tell their folks, 1 packet, or if it's really bad, maybe 2 packets, but 1 packet.
Yeah,
that's a lot easier than scoops and whatever else, because that's typically how it's done, right?
Yeah.
Is so many ounces to the gallon,
let's be
or
honest,
whatever.
Joe. It's 150 degrees. I don't know where the scoop is.
It's a
dump
this
it
much.
In there. It's about that much, and then and now we have inconsistency. And now if you went too strong, well, you don't know how strong you actually went. So next time it's still a guessing game. If you went too weak, it's a guessing game. It's no longer a guessing game. No,
it's not. Is 1 packet. That's it.
Yeah.
Period.
But
it's easy
point being, there's so many ideas that you pick up for your company. And I picked up some for mine. You picked up some for yours. Everybody who's involved tries things. And we all have similar interests. So when we get together, we're going to think of something pretty neat.
Yeah. So guys, if you're watching and you'd like to come to the training event, we actually have a link in the description below. You can click the link. It'll take you to the sign up form, and you can get signed up to come see what other great ideas we come up with next week in Richmond, Virginia. Caleb, when are you getting into town?
I'll be there Thursday. Night. Yeah.
Yep. That's the same thing. So we ought to put something together Thursday night, before, or actually, I think we already discussed that. I'll have to go back and look at the group.
I just show up, but the plan's already laid out. I'm sure.
You've got a great team that keeps you pointed in the right direction.
Yeah.
We all need that, I think.
Yep.
But let me just let's wrap this up with a little bit of. Yep.
Remember, I told you I wanted to debut your speech on video marketing.
Yeah.
On your channel. You had COVID, so I just launched without you. So if you guys want to, I'm going to stroke Joe's back here a little bit. He does a great job on teaching people how to promote their business. So we recorded him giving his speech. It's about 20 or 30 minutes long, and you can find it on our YouTube channel, Stain and So Experts. But that's our most recent video. The audio is not the greatest because it was in a big room with 200 something people in there. But if you want to hear one of Joe's speeches, head on over there, and maybe I can get somebody can drop maybe somebody will drop the link in the comments. But your speech is live. It went up last week. So
very cool. Very cool. Yeah. So guys, that's a good point. So Caleb and his team have a YouTube channel. They're putting out great content. Obviously Caleb is a friend of the channel. They sponsor the channel. They sponsor our lives, right? So why don't you do me a favor? Do Caleb a favor. Go check out the Stain and Seal Experts YouTube channel. Give them a subscribe, right? And then when you do subscribe, hit the bell so that when they put up new content, you'll be notified. But at minimum, please go subscribe. Head over to the channel, subscribe. And there's a video of me. So what else could you want?
It's a secret video you can only see there, right?
And if you watch it, it'll probably be pretty similar to what you'll see in Richmond. So you can get ahead of the game on that one. And
I'm not going to say if you're wearing an orange shirt in this video or not. You just have to head on over there and find out.
So you never know. Maybe not.
Never know.
Probably.
All right. Appreciate you having me on today. I've enjoyed it. I was only going to come on for an hour.
I know.
Here for almost 4 hours. So we're coming for Joe Rogan podcast. We're now, so we're coming for you, Joe.
This is what happens when we go down rabbit holes, for sure.
Yeah. Next week we're going to be talking about aliens and chemtrails. So stay tuned.
Or hey, what's really going on in Antarctica? That's the one I'm on right now. That's
really?
That's some questions I've got because there's some stuff going on. But
really,
I kid you not. Check out armed soldiers in Antarctica. So if you were to go to Antarctica and start exploring, you would be confronted by armed soldiers.
So somebody was telling me about stuff was going on in Antarctica and that the Earth was flat and all this craziness, and you couldn't even fly over Antarctica and all this.
You can't.
They were like, why is there no airplanes over Antarctica? So I call up with he was an Air Force test pilot and all this. And he was like, well, and now I understand this because we fly. He's like, well, we don't fly over Antarctica because what if you need to land, an emergency landing? Where are you going to land in Antarctica? What are you going to do? There's like, so we don't fly over Antarctica because there's nowhere to land. And that kind of made sense to me.
So I went down the Antarctica rabbit hole. There used to be, it was a report. I want to say
there's Nazis down there, Joe. I know for a fact that there is.
There's what?
There's Nazis down there with space technology.
Well, you're getting pretty close to this. No, so this was back in like the 40s and 50s. There was a guy that he had skis mounted on his airplane, right? So he could take off and land in ice and snow. He flew down there, and so they were doing it like a survey, right? Of what is it? What are the boundaries? That sort of stuff. Now, this was a YouTube video I watched, so like keep that in mind. But he flew over. And he talked about stuff you would expect. The compass going crazy because he's on like the South Pole essentially, and none of his instrumentation worked because this is the 40s and 50s, and it's all like that kind of technology. Anyway, he said there was one point that the ice was completely gone. And it was lush green grass. And it was for like hundreds of acres. So there was some sort of like geothermal something, right? Something radiating heat that melted this. And he said it was lush and there was animals there he'd never seen before. And just like there was evidence of like building, like civilization there. It's wild.
Man.
And I'm telling you, like, here's the thing is like, take it all with a grain of salt. Absolutely.
Send me the video and I've got to see it.
I'm going to find it. I'm going to send it to you. But here's the thing, like, take it all with a grain of salt. Right. But if there's enough people talking about it, where there's smoke, there's usually a fire. Right. So like, maybe it's not like a multi-country, like conspiracy, but like one guy did say that, like, if you go to Antarctica, like, I don't think he probably went to Antarctica, but there's some reports of like, if you go to Antarctica, you get approached by like military dudes. So that tell you like it is like, there's an international accord that there's no people allowed on Antarctica. But there's like research stations. So I don't know how that works. Anyway, like I said, where there's smoke, there could be fire. And
let's rent a plane, Joe. Go down there.
We're going to Antarctica. I did watch a video, though. There's a lot of ice down there, obviously. I watched a video the other day. Well, so I'll tell you why I watched it, because it said the amazing secrets of Antarctica. And I'm like, well, here I go. Like, I'm getting ready to find out about this. It was about like a research boat it was really interesting. I ended up watching it, but it was about a research vessel that like broke. There's like an initial ring of ice.
Yeah.
They broke through that to get into the interior waters of Antarctica. And like, they were looking for like new species, and they found new species of fish, microorganisms, like that sort of stuff. But there's no military boats when they were down there. So I don't know.
Who knows?
I don't know. I'm sending you the video. So
my wife just said there will be no Antarctica trips in your near future. That's what she thinks. That's what she thinks.
All we have to say, and
Standing University Defense Install School, Antarctica.
All we have to say, and Ashley, don't watch this part. All we have to say is we're going on a trip. Just going on a trip. Where to? Yeah. We'll be back.
We'll see. Our stain can be used in any temperature, as long as
the wood is dry. But we got to test it.
Yeah, as long as the wood's dry. So I'm in. If you're in,
that's what you say. But you don't know until you tested it in the most extreme scenarios. Now,
yeah, my wife's calling your wife right now. So
that's true. We need their passports. We're gonna need to just keep their passports so they can't leave. Now, is a North Pole closer to than Antarctica? Yes, but for reasons, we gotta go to Antarctica. So anyway, that'll be happening.
All right, man.
I'll send you the video link. Yep, I'll see you. We'll be in Richmond, Virginia, at St. Cecilia University, along with Fence Installation School. For more information and to sign up, the link is in the description.
All right, man. Have a great one.
Caleb, I can't wait. Thanks, guys. We'll see you later. Or actually, let's do this. Let's catch up with a few people. I want everyone's comments to be seen real quick. Hey, Jace, you're welcome. I appreciate if you're still here, I appreciate the question because it led us down a little bit of a rabbit hole, but I think it was really educational. If nothing else, I got a few ideas about it that the marketing folks here, which is me and my sister and Candace that runs the front. Anyway, it sounds better when we say my marketing people. Yeah, we're gonna talk about this Monday morning. So I appreciate the question because it led us down this rabbit hole. Will says deck builders hate to build fences. We get a ton of fence building jobs from them. Yeah, so there's a deck builder here in our market that it's like every it's every 3 or 4 years they decide they're going to build fence. Probably for this exact reason. They probably get a ton of requests for it. The thing is, they do it for about a year and then they realize that fences are not decks. Like for whatever reason, they just don't enjoy them. And so they just start sending the leads to us for a little bit. And then it comes back around. Why are we sending all these leads to Ozark Fence when we could be doing it? Or it's probably somebody on the team, right, that says, hey, I can do fences. Like, why are we giving all this work to Ozark Fence? We'll just do it ourselves. And then they start doing fence again for about a year. And then they stop doing fence. So, but yeah, I'm sure deck builders get a lot of call for fences. We get not a lot of call or not a lot of requests, but we get requests for decks. But we partner up with a deck company and just send them the leads or the referrals because we don't do decks. It's not what we do. It's not what we excel at. So, yeah, we prefer to build fences. Yep, Craig, you're spot on. Pool companies. So pool companies here in Springfield, they build their own fences, but like I said, we're going to reach out to them and just say, hey, I know you build your own fences, but maybe you don't enjoy it. We enjoy building fences. We don't build pools. So maybe we should know each other. Just go from there. Roger, I appreciate it. I agree. I think there's a lot of good content in there. I'm going to have Jeremy come in and watch it and clip it out. And this is probably going to become, or a clip of this is going to become a video in the not so distant future on the YouTube channel. So if you guys didn't know, actually, let me undo that. So if you guys didn't know, what we're doing is on Wednesdays, we upload a clip from one of the lives. So right now, every week has been, so Tony Thornton was on the channel a little over a month ago. and he did a state of the industry, right? Of the material shortage, labor shortage. I don't think we've done the labor one yet. Maybe that's next week. This week's was agricultural fencing. Like, what is the state of agricultural fencing supplies? Where are they right now? Where does he think they're going based on conversations he's had with industry leaders in that particular sector? But anyway, what we're going to start doing is clipping out sections of the live videos that we think are incredibly valuable and replaying those on Wednesdays, because we're 4 hours and 14 minutes into this thing, and not everybody's got the stamina to watch it. I know for a fact, if I'm sitting at home and I'm just scrolling through and I'm looking at recorded videos, obviously, and one's 4 hours long, I'm probably not sitting through 4 hours of it. So what we're going to do is we're going to start showing clips, the most relevant clips, or the clips with the most information, the most helpful clips on Wednesdays. And so most certainly we are going to talk about marketing on one of these upcoming Wednesdays. All right. Roger says, Jace 2323, thanks for the question, has led to even these two learning something while they share. Absolutely correct. Guys, this is the thing. This is why I always say, if you've got questions, drop them in the comments below, because it can lead to some incredible conversations. That the reason I do this is, one, to share knowledge, but two, because I learn through teaching, right? Or through sharing information. Teaching might not be the best term, but we can all learn from this. Right. And if Jace hadn't asked that question, Caleb and I wouldn't have gone down the marketing rabbit hole, and I wouldn't have walked away with 2, 3, 4 areas that me and the team are going to talk about Monday morning. So if you guys have questions, there's a pretty good chance somebody else has a similar question, and we can all learn from it and talk about it. So Roger, absolutely, I agree. Jace, thank you. Craig says, if people can't afford a whole fence for their dog, offer a dog run instead. Absolutely. So we do a fair amount of dog runs, just because, the yard is like, it would take 500 or 600 feet of fence. That's like a $30,000 deal right now. So that's not in the cards. What can we do to keep Fido in? Well, we could do a small fence around your patio that later on, when the whole fence does become a reality, we can pull that out, replace the soil in the holes, and call it good. We do a fair amount of that. Actually, we've got one to go look at next week. A gentleman had reached out. He's doing that exact thing, is creating dog runs because his yard is way too big for a fence. So great point, Craig. Absolutely. Craig, thank you. I appreciate you guys joining us. So first live video, first live Q&A after post-COVID, during the recovery of COVID. From what I hear, the recovery is like 2 or 3 months long. So we'll see if that's accurate. But the first live Q&A post-COVID, I think, has been a resounding success. I wasn't sure if I'd make it this long, to be honest with you guys. Like I said, I get winded pretty easily. And what's weird, everyone's different, which is weird to begin with, is it affects everyone a little bit differently. For me, I get random fatigue, which means like, I got to go sit down and just be quiet for a little while because fatigue is real, or I get winded really easily. So I was afraid that we'd be up against that during this live broadcast, but neither one of those occurred. And so I think with the exception of me coughing throughout the entire thing, I think it went pretty well. What do you guys think? There will be no live Q&A next week because, as Caleb said, that he and I will be in Richmond, Virginia, doing the training event, and I need to focus there. So I did some live Q&As at the Nashville training. No one had anything to say about it. I think it was a little bit distracting to what was going on there. Like I said, no one really said anything to that effect, but my perception of while it was going on is a little bit disruptive. And if there's one thing I do not want to be, it's disruptive to what's going on to the event. So there will be no live Q&A next week, but we'll be live the week after next. So tune in then. As I said, if you guys are watching this on recording and you've made it 4 hours and 18 minutes, first and foremost, thank you. But yeah, if you guys have questions, leave them in the comments below. I read comments consistently through the week. Usually I get a chance to respond to them. Lately, not so much. I'm trying to get caught up in the office and get some work caught up, but I do see the comments. I read them. Even if I don't respond to them, they get seen. So if you guys have questions, drop them in the comments below and I'll see them. With all that being said, I'm Joe Everest, the fence expert, and I'm reminding you guys that good fences make good neighbors. And I'll see you guys in 2 weeks.